What's up, gamers? How's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Motzade on YouTube. What is this? We're about to work on Lured In, which is my incremental fishing game. And Chen, welcome in. Glenn, Oshik, Kingston Styles on YouTube. Sanchez, Woolbed. How's everybody doing? And Oscar, welcome in. Yeah. A whole bunch of people. So yeah, we're gonna work on Lured In today. Last stream we were beginning the new room, so I want to work on today actually making it do stuff, because that would be cool. So good Saturday, thank you. Ready to breed some fish, yeah. It's gonna be epic. Do I prefer Twitch or YouTube for streaming? Well, what I do is I do like multi-streaming, so it's on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. But definitely I think Twitch is a little richer in terms of quality of life with streaming. YouTube is a little annoying, just because there's no like, Twitch has got channel points and all these cool features that YouTube doesn't have. So, I mean, to be fair, like Twitch is a platform designed for streaming, and YouTube it's a secondary thing on YouTube, right? So, it's understandable that YouTube doesn't have all that stuff. But one thing I hate about Twitch is they delete streams after you're done streaming. So, like, if, you know, somebody wants to go back and watch the stream, it only like lasts a couple days and then it's gone. So this is what I like about YouTube, because when you stream on YouTube, it stays there forever. And I still have all of the streams I've ever done on YouTube on the channel. I can just go back and look at them. So that's definitely one big, massive pro of YouTube. Yeah, because I don't know how complicated it is to do streaming in both. I want to play games one day, but I don't know. It's pretty easy. You just have to set up your broadcasting settings in OBS. You can use like Restream. I used that for a while, but I kept having issues, so now I use like a little plugin that just lets me stream kind of directly out to YouTube, which has been working way better for me. So yeah, it's I think it's good to stream on both. I mean, I might as well, you know, there's no reason not to. So, yeah, we'll get started in just a second here. Okay. Let's go. So, we can see the new room that we added over here. We got this little guy. We're gonna put stuff in there. So we were talking about this last stream, but I think what we'll probably do is make it so that the we kind of have like two different tanks in there, right? Because I was trying to think of like, how could I merge these together? That was the initial thought, where I'm like, okay, I will do this if, you know, blah blah blah. So I think it's just better to have one tank that's for hybrids, and then another tank that's for the duplication. Because the duplication we can kind of unlock for people earlier, and then the hybridization would be like a very late game feature. So I think that's going to be the plan. Search because I got curious, and there are actually hybrid fish in real life. Yeah, I imagine some species are able to hybridize pretty easily, you know, like especially fish that are in like very similar families, like, yeah, like types of koi and goldfish and carp and stuff like that. They're all like almost the same kind of fish. So I bet crossbreeding those fish are very easy. But yeah, I think we'll probably go a little more wacky with the hybrids, because like, instead of it being like realistic, I think it'll be crazy. Like, you should be able to like merge a whale shark and a goldfish and do like some weird stuff. You know, I think it'd be cool, because it is like very end game content. So Might as well make it fun and epic. So it's both a room expansion and an upgrade probably. So we have a new room here that you have to buy. But then also, I think you'll have to buy the things inside of it separately. So, like to buy the duplication tank, you'll have to buy that. And then the hybridization tank is like a super end game upgrade that you have to buy. So I might make it really expensive. I might make it cost money or maybe research. I'm not really 100% sure, but we'll see. So yeah, let's just start with the breeding tank. Because we might as well. Now, what do we want it to look like? That's the thing, right? I mean, it will be like a tank. It's not going to be like the kind of tank that you go into and watch the fish swimming around. It's going to be a more simple UI, but I don't want it to be a regular square fish tank because it might be confusing. So I'm almost thinking like a vertical fish tank. Like something kind of like this, you know, where it's like the tall cylindrical kind of tank. Maybe. Just so it's kind of visually distinct. And then the hybridization tank will probably be, you know, pretty different. We'll figure that one out later. That's going to be, you know, later on. So, yeah, let's go ahead and do this then. Is this the style we want? I mean, I guess so. I mean, there's nothing like in a breeding tank, like nothing like distinct about the tank, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a normal fish tank. A lot of the times you'll have this, like these little dividers. And those can help. Because what can happen is, as morbid as it is, fish tend to eat their babies a lot. So having this like grid here, because I used to have one of these too. You put the fish in here, and then that like, well, it depends on whether they're a live birthing fish or not. But for live births, it's good because the babies can go under here, but the big fish can't fit through the grid. I don't know if we'll put that into the tank, but see, like, this is what it does, right? Yeah, I used to have a cylinder one. Yeah. Yeah, because we could definitely do. I just want it to be a different shape, not because it like actually needs to be, but just for player readability. Oh, excuse me. So, thank you. I think it's bless you, like bless underscore you is the command, right? I got like these guys. This is like almost what the regular tank is. Yeah. Let's go. I need to make like the spelling on the commands case insensitive and stuff, like, so you can either use the underscore or not, you know? I might do that. Alright, anyways, let's yeah. Let's go ahead and draw this tank. Let's go get one of the tanks we already have. And here, sprites. Fish tank, perhaps. Like this one. Okay. Let's do this thing. So let's make the size big just so we can draw it to our heart's content. Let's have a grid. All right. So each of these are 16. I guess that's what our tile size is. Just seems very big. But yeah, it's fine. All right. And then for the size of the tank, it'll be primarily vertical. So probably something like... It'll fit any fish in it, so we do want it to be somewhat large, right? Like this. I think would be fine. So... Yeah, maybe like a vertical octagon. Yeah, I don't know. I could see doing like a square like that or doing like rounded, right? Like this is almost what I have in my head right now. So, yeah, it's hard to say. Do you have an idea which liquid is going to be for hybrids? Yeah. We'll probably add in some new kinds of liquids. I think like it'd be epic if like lava was one of the options. Yeah, I'll have to see. I think it'd be fun if like, yeah, new liquids appeared, right? So it makes your synergies a little bit more complicated. Because with the the bioengineering research, it does kind of make liquids obsolete. But if we could make them not obsolete again, right? Then that would be cool. So, yeah, this one's like octagonal. It's actually a hexagon, I think. But we could do something like that. Which is how I did all the others, so I don't know. Do what I believe in, yeah. I'll figure it out. One thing I wanted to check is like, what is the actual tank sprite that I use? Because I use like, it's like transparent like this. If I go to the fish tank. I guess it's not, actually, but okay. Doesn't matter. We'll make it transparent. Well, let's just mess around with some designs now. Alright, gonna hit the hay now, Will Bed. Sounds good. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. So we can put this guy here. Oh, it's all... Okay, we'll figure that out. Saltwater bioengineering is too powerful. Well, yeah, that's why I think if we can add in new types of liquids, then it'll be fine. I do want people to feel like they are getting more powerful, you know, and I think having the bioengineering does kind of help with that. But we'll see. I mean, it's not in the game yet, so if it does feel like it's way too powerful, you know, theoretically I could remove it if I wanted to, but, you know. Ideally, we don't do that. Okay. So I'm thinking like this for the perspective. And then we can paste another one. I mean, these tanks should feel kind of scientific, right? Because they are like gonna be like connected to the research lab, so it makes sense. Oops, I need to... Let's see, we got this up here. So, then what if this is that layer? Okay. I might bring it up to that. And then I'll have to separate this layer out. Move that up there. So I could see this working. I mean, this is all this room is going to have in it. So, like, the tanks can be quite large. So we'll probably just have, like, a doorway over on the right, the breeding tank here, and then over here will be where the hybridization tank is, which will be quite a bit larger. Okay. Then now we can go ahead and Put in the glass. Boom. I want this to stay at least a pixel away. I have to move this one more to the edge. Like that. Alright. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to draw big tanks like this, but we'll see what happens. Oops. So I remember trying to come up with the design for the large tank. It's kind of tricky. So we'll have that. And then I think it'd be nice if we had like... So this is a breeding tank. I guess we need to decide, is this like you put 2 fish in to duplicate? Or... do you just have to put 1? Like, are we like genetically... I think this is like genetic cloning, right? It's like a cloning tank. Because I think the idea is I only want you to put in 1 fish. Because if you already have 2 of a fish, it's not as useful, I think. Right? But what do you guys think? Why is this selecting everything? Oh, it's not. It's just because I'm stupid. So I guess I'll fill this up with sand and just kind of... I don't know if it's going to be like a decoratable tank. It'd be kind of weird if it was decoratable, because it's like, how do we... I don't know. There's some things with that get complicated. I prefer 2 because it forces you to fish at least 2 times and you can start doing science stuff. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say, right? It's not an easy decision. Because I can see a case for both. I mean, with having 2, I feel like it is more obvious. Because it's like, yeah, you have 2 fish so you can breed them together. Right? Versus genetic cloning. Yeah, it's really hard to say. Let's see, this would be bright over here. Drawing some shading in the sand, you know. My style works better, don't worry. I appreciate it. Now, if anyone does have suggestions, though, definitely let me know. Yeah, I think a big part of it will just come down to testing it. Seeing what feels better. Okay, so we got that set up. Then I want to do some shine marks over here. I don't really like how that is. Let's do that. All right, I just kind of want the tank to look shiny. Okay, so that's where we're at there. I think that works okay. Then I might have, like, as the sand kind of gets into the background, it sort of darkens, like there's a shadow being cast. Same with the highlights. Okay. Do I know the band Mommy Long Legs? I do not. Never heard of it. Let's see. So that's there. Let's move this. Merge it down. So this is like the lid. I'm not really worrying about the size anymore. We got like the background here, but I went outside of it anyway, so whatever. Grandpa should be proud of this aquarium, yeah. He better be, man. He didn't do any of this stuff when he was the owner. Maybe he did, who knows? I have to add in some dialogue that's like, oh, I remember my first hybridization tank when I went to the deep sea. Okay. I like how the vibe of this tank is like way more research coded, right? Because I think that's the idea that like the research color palette is like blue and white, right? Versus like the shop area that's like very brown. So I think having that contrast between the two sides of the game is nice. Like the money side and the research side, so I think I might honestly leave it blue. We'll see. It's quite a big sprite to draw. I don't know 100% if I'm going to keep all the sand in there. We'll decide. Because I might kind of do that procedurally. All right, I think that works there. So then, now for the sides of this and stuff, how do I want this tank to look? Cylinder fish tank. Let's look at some more references. So there's a lot of different kinds here. It's a custom-made one, which is crazy. I like how these have those like panels in them. I might do something like that on this one. This one's wild. Man, that would be sick to have a tank like that. It's probably really expensive though. And I noticed a lot of these have like a cylinder in the center. Right? It's probably for like structural support, but also like having like a filter and stuff in there. So we might do something like that on this one too. Okay, so I like these little panels that I've been seeing around here, so I think we're gonna emulate those. All right, just do something like this. I don't know how far I went with the other one. Okay, stopped there. Oh. So the way we'll do this is fill this side up bright, then this side dark, and then we just fill the rest in. So it'll kind of make it look like this panel's like inset. Like that, right? And then here, that would be bright, and over here would be dark. Sort of like that. I think that works okay. I'll have to do some anti-aliasing here. I don't know what color is going to work best, but I think for the bright... Yeah, it's hard to say. Actually, gray is probably going to be my best bet, right? Especially for like this spot here, I could probably use no, that's too bright and that's too dark. Or not dark enough, actually. Oh, yeah. The gray will work well for this one. Okay, that's pretty good. But then for the bright one, we have to figure that one out. I think in the past I've used like pink. This is kind of like a good middle ground in terms of the tone. Because what else could I even use in here, really? There's green, which kind of almost works, but it's just ever so slightly too bright. And that one's too dark, so that doesn't work. I think pink, honestly. Sort of like that. That looks pretty good. Alright. I might even do like this. Yeah. We can just have a couple of these little panels around. I'll do like a 3-pixel gap and then do another one here. And this one will go a ways. Sort of like that. That'll probably work. Maybe one more pixel. And then if I do that one, I gotta do that one. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. So, hey, Dustin, welcome in. How's it going? How have you been doing? Let's flip this around. Oh god, that was not right. Here, let's just do this. Mirror. Boom. Now I can fill this in. And then here, I'm just going to do this. Boom. Fill the rest in with the blue. Oops. Okay. I'll need to do some crazy anti-aliasing on this one, guys. So, light's coming from the right. Casting a shadow over here. No. Wrong. Like that. Alright. It's going pretty chill. Semi-productive Saturday. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, we're just working on Luridin today. Drawing a new tank. This is going to be for breeding fish together, just to basically duplicate them. So that's what this guy's all about. Oh, that's... Oh, it is the same. It's just... Yeah, okay. Alright, I think that looks okay. I just want to add some kind of decoration to this, because it's a little boring if there isn't any. Now, over here, I kind of want this to be, like, cast in the darkness, so I might shift the colors here, so we'll just pick, like, an arbitrary point where that happens, like right here. For now, I'll just make it yellow. And then in this area, I want to shift all the colors around. So this blue becomes darker. This one becomes that one. Which I guess is what I'll do. Then this one becomes that one. Oops. Well, I'll fix that up there. It's fine. And this becomes that gray. Before I do that, though... Oh, yeah. Let's actually shift this to be black. This to be the dark blue. And then this one to be... the gray. And we'll keep tweaking this and stuff. Okay. A little messy here. We gotta clean this up. think that'll work okay though. We got anti-alias as the top of the tube too. Alrighty. Yo, Rassel, welcome in. My glorious kitten. You have a most glorious stream, my liege. Thank you, thank you. How's it going? Yeah, I guess this is how I want to do the shading. It'll be fine. Okay, and then on the top, I don't know if I want this to be a flat cylinder. Like, this is like a research tank, so what would be on top of the tank that you would need to like keep this thing running? You know, you'd need filtration. I mean, that's like a big thing. So you'd probably have like another cylinder kind of in the center here, right? So we would do like something kind of like this probably. How do I position it against control? No, that does that. It's not shift. Oh, it is alt. Okay. So right there, and then we just get it right in the middle. I think is there. Let's go ahead and check. 17, 16. Wait, what was that? 12 and 14. Just gotta go one more down. And then we have to expand it one to the left, and that should be centered now. All right. This is gonna kind of be the spot where that central cylinder is gonna meet up. So we're gonna add that into down here. It'll probably come down to like right there in the middle. Maybe a little higher up, like there. Yeah, that'd probably be good. And then now we got that. Let's go ahead and do this. Some shine. There we go. And this definitely would be casting a shadow, though. And I might like put some plants around this, you know, because that's normally what you do. If you have like a decoration that has to be there and is distracting, you put plants around it. All right. Oops. Oh, let me copy this. Layer. Fantastic as per usual. You have a date lined up in the future. Let's go. Congrats. Yeah, I think that's good. It's got this little like cap thing up here. And we can maybe even give this like some vents, you know? It's like a little filter gizmo on top. I don't know. I'm just making this up as I go, guys. It's not like this is like a real object in the world. So okay. And then between those two colors, we were doing pink. Oops, that's not the right color. I do like the way the pink kind of anti-aliases into things with the blue. Okay, and then also on top of this, this would have a shadow over here. And we're just gonna kind of eyeball it. Oh God. All right, this is on a new layer. Let's merge down. And it'll be casting a shadow over here. There we go. We'll kind of outline that edge. Okay, fix this there. That's a little funny. Do that maybe. All right, we're getting there. So that's casting a shadow now. Cool. You could even anti-alias the shadow if we wanted to. Just fix like a couple spots where it needs it. Yeah. Nice. Okay. We're getting there. Slowly. It's like it exists. I mean, yeah, I could The idea is that you adding in stuff that just could reasonably exist. You know what I mean? So I think we're doing okay on that. Let's make this gray. I like how the gray looks. Okay. And I might do like a little bit of a highlight on here. That's nice. All right, we're getting there. Just have to keep building this sprite up. Down in here, I wonder if I just want to make this gray. Like it's a part of this gray piece over there, you know? I think that would probably look good. Oops. Let's do that. I think that looks good. Okay. And then, yeah, we'll probably put some plants around here so it's like... Right? Like it's being covered up. I don't know what kind of plant this is. Doesn't matter. Okay, we're getting there. Let's do some outline shenanigans. This outline here is way too dark. Let's do that. Okay. I mean, I feel like we're at a pretty good spot with this sprite now. Could do some minor anti-aliasing over here. Like in those spots specifically. Oops. Right in there and there. Okay. So this kind of looks like some like filter core that they insert into the top. It probably has like a pump and a filter inside of here. So that works, I feel like. Then this is like where the water, this probably extends under and acts as like a under gravel filter, substrate filter. Okay. Let's go ahead and just merge these layers in, I guess. I don't know. I'll probably add a little bit more shading to the sand over here. Yeah. It's like an egg shelf. Egg shelf, huh? What do you mean by that? Is it like a shelf for eggs? Is this what you're talking about? Like this thing? Egg shelf. What is this thing? There's a lot of different kinds of egg shelves. Yeah, anyways. Egg compartment. Egg compartment. Like this, is what you're saying? Sort of like that, I imagine. Let's also take this pixel. Oh, the eggs is in fish eggs. That's what you mean. Sorry, the default egg in my brain is chicken egg. Yeah. I could see that for sure. Like this is where like fish could go into. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And we need to add some like structures in here. Because when fish lay eggs, they need to have like spots to hide their eggs, right? That's a pretty common thing. So we'll have some driftwood in here. And we'll set up some shadows. Okay. And probably just have some like rocks and stuff in the back, you know? Starting over here, we can have like a big rock. We don't have to render out the entire thing, but just imply that it's back there, you know? Sort of like this. Let's do... some darker shading. That'll work. Some English does English well. Oh, it's all good. Don't worry. I feel it. If I tried to say things in another language, I would be far worse than what you're doing now. So don't worry. I would have no idea. All right, so we got that plant. We could do some more colorful guys too. Like maybe back here we do one of those like red plants, you know?
Good evening.
Yo, Ryan, what's up? Welcome in. How are you doing? All right, I think this works pretty well. The only other thing it probably needs is a treasure chest. Because, you know, that's the classic. Let's see, just do like this. Do like that. A little treasure chest box. This will go up at an angle. So it'll kind of be like that. Let's think how I want this to look. Kind of like that, probably. Then in here, this will be dark. Maybe even completely dark. Okay. It's a terrible treasure chest, but it's fine. It's going to be viewed at such a small scale, you're probably not even going to like really notice it, so I'm not worried. Probably good enough. Oops, I'll put in some shadows here. Probably put in some shadows for like the leaves and stuff over here. Yep, right there. All right, I think this is looking pretty good. So, anyways. Dating some let me date the fish. It's funny, that's like always been the thing we've talked about is making learning a dating sim. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know if we will, but you never know. Never say never. Hey guys, I'm happy to announce the Learn Dating DLC. Yeah. Let's do some city business. Maybe a little bit around here. Not too much. All right. And I guess I can also shade down here the same way I shaded up there. So we have to go to here. Up the opacity back to normal. Shade all this dark. A fish tank is not a fish tank without a treasure chest. Exactly, yeah. Gotta have one. Alrighty. Yeah, I think we're good. I might add an outline to this stuff back here. Like, same with this. I don't know how I want to go about that. Like, should that have an outline? I guess. It's weird because it's, like, in the water, right? So... Also, since everything's in the water, I might do some kind of, like, mask effect over on top of this. We'll figure that out, but... Yeah. Anyways. What a twist. You were always in love with the fish. That's crazy. Oh, wait. I have to merge all these layers. Merge. Spontaneously turned into Homer for a second, guys. Alright. Now we're good. Let's copy this guy. Go move him over. Create from my clipboard. Why is the little thing down there? No matter. Crop. Save. And this will be the breeding, not trank, breeding tank. All right, let's go on sprites. Boom. So let's go add this into the game. Guess I'll just add it straight to this node. I'm not sure yet. Breeding tank. Do the sprite. Grand Apocalypse. Whoa. Yeah, Cookie Clicker reference. In Cookie Clicker, there's the thing called the Grandma Apocalypse or whatever, where the grandmas get scary. So that's a pretty big tank, huh? Well, it's fine. I mean, it still fits in the room. So worst case scenario, I just expand the room. Like, it's not gonna be a problem, I don't think. And then we'll have the opening for the scientists to walk between there. Because this is going to be sort of a tank, a breeding tank for every kind of fish. You know, it's not like there's a big breeding tank and a small one. So I kind of wanted it to be pretty big anyways. I do want to give this a shadow on the ground. I don't know what would work well for this. So we have a 32 shadow. Even this one's way too tiny. So let's go ahead and make one. Because how big is this guy? This is 70 pixels. So we need a, let's do an 80 pixel shadow. Oh. So let's do 80 by 60, I don't know. Sure. Crop. Shadow. 80. All right. Boom. Now let's go get that shadow. And for visibility, show behind parent. Now the only thing with this shadow, it's a little bit too big, but also it extends out past the wall, which not ideal. I wonder if I can set the depth so it doesn't do that. Nope, I can't really. Yeah, don't know what I want to do with that. Maybe I can make these sidewalls tall, or like set their depth higher than normal. Might be what I have to do. I'm also going to shrink this down just a little bit. Let's say minus 16. Oops. I guess that goes to a 64 shadow then. It's probably okay. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just line it up kind of like that. Actually, that's okay then, because then it keeps it small enough to where it doesn't clip into other stuff, so... You know what? Fine by me. Saying I don't like Cookie Clicker. Cookie Clicker is kind of... Like, it is a good incremental game, but... It's just because it's such an old game, it takes so long to do stuff in it. That would be my, like, #1 complaint with Cookie Clicker. It's like too big of a game, I don't know. It's cool though. But yeah, man. It's kind of brutal. I still haven't finished the game, and I've been on the same save for like 4 years or something now, or even more than that. Like, yeah, literally the minimum time to beat it is like 1 year. Like, that's assuming that you're like speed running it. There's 637 achievements. It's ridiculous. Because the thing is Cookie Clicker has these things, sugar lumps. We can boot it up. And they take a long time. They take days to accumulate. And so you have to, I think one of the achievements is like filling out all of your things with the sugar lumps. I have a lot of them right now. I should probably use them, but yeah, it's pretty insane though. Forgot I named myself Joe Mama. One of the big things I think for speeding up Cookie Clicker is you've got to do like combos with stuff. But it's just annoying. I don't know. Cookie Clicker can kind of be an annoying game. There goes all my money. Only took 100 years. But one of the big things too, I think, for getting earnings is achievements. Because achievements give you more milk, and milk is a money multiplier, so... Let's use some sugar lumps. All these are level 10. Level 10, level 10. Oh. Everything's level 10. So I don't even know. I don't need to use them anymore, guys. What should I buy here? Let's go ahead and crack these guys open. My wrinklers. They didn't really give me that much money. Yeah, I don't know if the Grandma Apocalypse is actually, like, worth it. Honestly. It's really hard to say. I do definitely need to, prestige, because I'm at I think that's a quintillion points or something. It's a lot. The tree is enormous on that, so... Yeah, Cookie Clicker, it's fun, but, man, it's such a big game. I don't know, man. It just takes so long. Let's put that up. Pixel. Not worried about it. Flared in is 8% of Cookie Clicker in time, yeah. Crazy. I'm only a little past that after actively playing when I do that one to myself, yeah. Man. It's insane. Alright, so we got the tank here, and what I want to go ahead and do is go to the regular tank and copy some of the things. So let's go to our small tank. And then what I want to copy, there's not going to be any, like, maintaining of your fish in this tank. Like, I just don't think it's necessary, and it's just going to make it harder to, like, I don't know, make the tank different. I don't want it to just feel like, oh, tank again, right? So, here it is. I want to get the selection box and put that on the sprite. And then let's go back into here. Boom. Paste it as a child here. Make it visible. Yeah, that is not correct. Got to get it around the tank. It does get squished a little bit. I don't know if that's something fixable, but it is what it is. I worried about it. All right. Actually, is there a parameter? Oh. There is. I don't know why it's an instance parameter. Am I dynamically setting that? I don't think so. Well, we'll go ahead and set it. So 64 by 104. There we go. Back to normal. Oh, this is weird. Wait, no. It's fine. Okay. All right, we're good there. So we got the selection box around the breeding tank. And this will have its own set of code, I think. It's going to be a bit different from the regular tank, right? So let's do that. I hope I can be back for stream ends. Yeah, that would be epic. We'll probably maybe work on possibly some tactic-toe. We'll see. We'll see. I think we will. All right, so let's go into the cursor now, the aquarium cursor, and add this into our list of selectables. So right here, olive bodies, brooding joke. I don't know what this regular selection thing is. Oh, that's just saying, yeah. I see. And if body is visible, then do that. So that's that one, and there's another one down here, which is way down here somewhere. Here. So this is the fish tank code. It's got some stuff going on in there. Elif. Breeding tank. Do some stuff. I'm just gonna print Ayo. Alright. Let's go try this out. Big boy games. Come on, game. What are you doing? We added one too many sprites to lure it in, guys. It's all over. Okay, it's fine. Maybe that did kind of take a little while. There it is. Oh, the selection thing is visible. I don't see anything getting printed out here, so I don't know why. Oh, did I not set it to be collision layer 3? I did not. There we go. So how do I do that on the tank? Yeah, it is selecting and saying stuff, so that's good. So it's I must do that logic inside of the tank object then. Fish tank. Okay, I have a function. Update visuals. Process. Oh, because this needs to know if it's selected, right? How does it know? So it sets it to false, then here it says, and that. Ooh. Okay, so it must do it instead of here then. Oh yeah, right here. So if it's a fish tank or object is a breeding tank, then go ahead and do that. Where else do I do that? Okay, and I do that right here. Breeding tank. Selection box visible. All right, save that. It's gonna crash probably. Then let's go back and do the breeding tank. Add-on ready var selection box is equal to selection. And then let's also make that a child of the sprite. And I guess I'll get a reference to the sprite. There's a sprite 2D node there. This one right there is going to be a color rect right there. Okay. So... And then we have to say on function ready. Hello? There we go. Not visible is false. Boom. There we go, guys. Gaming. Let's check it out. And the other thing we also need to do is set up the stuff so that the researchers can walk between the two rooms. So, yeah, now we can hover over this and do stuff with it. It seems like it's kind of like really dark. I don't know if that's just the lighting or what. I guess. I need to make it emit its own light source like the other tanks do. So that would be a good idea. Like this guy here. Boom. And let's squoosh him around a little bit. Oops, don't link. Make it a little more vertical. I don't know if it should be that blue, but make it a little less blue. Now let's see what it looks like. Probably have to restart. And we'll see if we can get some kind of like a water warping shader on this. I think if I put a mask down that it uses to check the area where that gets applied, we can probably make it work. Maybe. We'll see. Might be tricky. This is a pretty big tank, huh? I mean, look at Grandpa next to it. Oh, I forgot there's no like spot there. Not as big as the big tank though, so it's fine. Right, because we got a big tank over here. I mean, that guy's pretty big, but still pretty big. So yeah, it's just gonna open up a menu that shows like the fish that are currently inside of it. And yeah, I guess the way we'll do it is you can just go hit move to tank and then hover over this tank and click on it, and then it'll go into here. And when you click on it, it just shows a tiny little preview of the current fish, and you can click like an X to remove them. And then there's going to be a button that you can click that's like, okay, you know, you have the fish in here. Breed. And it costs a bunch of research points. And then over time, it, you know, you have to wait until they're done. I think that'll work. Now, the only thing with this room is, how expensive is it to unlock? I think I saw it was like, it wasn't as expensive as I thought it was going to be. So I was just stupid for some reason. I think it was 10 million? So it's still expensive, but, you know, that's also how much it just costs to travel to the deep sea for the first time, so. I might make this room like a different spot in the ordering of how you unlock the expansions. Because right now, like, first one's like 10,000. I wonder if I want it to be in between this main room and the room over here, right? It might be kind of a good, like, because I want people to start messing with the breeding probably earlier, so that could work, potentially. We'll see. So let's go ahead and do a shader on this now to do the water warbling shader. So we're going to create a mask on top of this, and this is just going to kind of denote the area that gets affected by this. Oops, I did a layer mask. Hold on. Duplicate layer. Oh, duplicate layer or mask. I see, I see. So we're just gonna fill all these bits in with our mask. Start building it. Right, boom. Get rid of all this crud. This crap. Okay. I don't know if we're going to make it so fish are visible in this tank, because it's kind of set up in a much different way from the other one. Like, you know, from the outside. We'll see, we'll see. Why is that outline there? Actually, yeah, that shouldn't be there. I might have messed up on that. Well, whatever. Okay, so this is going to be the mask image we're going to use now. And I'm actually just going to cut this, put it here, hide the other stuff, and call this, oops, let's make it pure white. Sextuple F. Call this breeding tank mask. Okay. Now, there's a couple ways we can do the warbling. The water warbling. It's fun to say warble. Let's go ahead and create a shader. Water warble. Water distortion. Fine, I'll be boring and reasonable. Whatever. So, we're going to take in a noise texture. A couple things. So sampler, let's do uniform. Sampler 2D. Mask. And uniform sampler 2D noise. And this is going to repeat. And this is not going to repeat on the mask. Don't need the vertex function. You might. We'll see. Anyway, so now what we can do is put in this mask texture here. Boom. And then we just say color is texture. Texture. And then for our UV, we want to say plus. Distort. The vec4 distort is going to be equal to texture noise UV. So I don't know if this is going to work, but I have played these games before. Whoa. So it does distort. It's a little bit too much. So we've got to multiply this by a value. Like that. So that's sort of what it's going to do, but just to the spots inside of the texture. And then what we do, right, is we have to say only in the spots that falls under. So we say vec4 mask color. It's texture to mask UV. And then multiply it by mask color.a. So now you can see just the inner section of the tank is getting distorted. Let's put in parentheses to make sure. So we're getting there. And then now what I want to do is go ahead and multiply distort by time in here. Or say plus time. So now it does that. So we got to control things in here. First off, time is too much. Too fast, right? Let's slow that down. That's better. Let's go ahead and make this seamless. And the strength is still way too much, so let's lower that. Right, I want it to be like this. It's like a little bit of a water effect, and I think that looks actually pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty much it, honestly. And something we can also do if we want to like make it look like it's more underwater is apply a like blue filter on top of it, especially for the transparent parts. So we can also say, let's see, in the spots where that is, we do this. Times equals overlay. Let's honestly just do this. If mask color.a is greater than 0, then we know we're in a spot with the mask, right? And then we want to say color times equals, or probably just, we want to say probably color is equal to mix color overlay color. And let's go add another uniform vec4 overlay color. And say source color on that. Okay. And we have to decide how much we mix. So now what we do over here with this overlay color, we can just set this to whatever color we want. Which right now we'll just do pure blue. And then choose how strong it gets. Let's see, Cernosaurus, if I said that right. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. How's it going? So it's not changing the color. I think what's going on is because I'm just duplicating the color over there. But if I go ahead and do this after that step, then I think it'll work. Like that. Oh yeah, there we go. Look at that, guys. So now we can like give the glass like a, you know, color, which is good. Honestly, just mixing it with white kind of works pretty well. So maybe we just do that. We can give it like a slight blue tint. So get into the blue zone. Then we can control how strong that effect should be. So we'll just say this mix is equal to overlay color.a. Then now we can just lower the alpha. And I guess I really just want to be mixing the RGB here, not the alpha. Okay. But the spelling is meant to be Cernosaurus. Ah, it's all good. I wouldn't have even known. So I think that works. The only other thing I think that would be nice is like, I'd like these transparent pixels on the corners to be affected by it too. And the problem is when we do RGB, that doesn't work. But I guess it's going to be lerping toward full alpha. Or I guess, no, it wouldn't be. See, this is the problem. So yeah, we'll just have to manually define that there. Get rid of RGB. And this will be fine. It should just always be a solid color, right? So honestly, in that case, then I could just make this not a vec4, but it's fine. All right, now we can just choose how strong we want the overlay effect to be. 0.4. Let's start with 0.3. Let's go take a look at this in game now. I can honestly probably take this shader and apply it to our viewports as well on the other tanks, because I mean, we could if it looks good. Let's see what it looks like. So this is what it looks like. Just does like a little warbling effect. Yeah, I think it works pretty well. Oh yeah, the mask is not being filtered to nearest, which we had to fix. Let's see. Mask, let's say filter nearest, just to fix that. But otherwise we should be good there. Yeah, I mean, we really could do the same thing on these other ones too. Wouldn't be opposed. It would be kind of cool. It would definitely make the tanks feel way more underwater-y, right? We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, that's way better than Nearest. The mask now. The only thing that's a little annoying is that since it uses the same texture, you can see like the glass bits kind of overlapping onto the sand. But there is a way to fix that, really. So maybe we can. What I could do is just import a different texture in as this little sub-texture here. Kind of almost creating a custom viewport shader. But it's probably fine for the most part. What's it doing back there? Is that... What is that? Is there a shadow back there? I don't know. It's like there's some weird little shadow bits. Not sure where those are coming from, but anyways. Okay. So yeah, that effect works. Then now we can click on this. I think it needs more wobble. I mean, we can. Let's see. Where is that shader parameter? Oh yeah, be in here. We can just change like the... we can make the warble tiny, but that looks bad. I like a little bit of a larger warble. I mean, I don't know if we need more than this. It's hard to say. Let's up the, or not the mask color, whoops. So, to be more warbly, we can change this number. So it look kind of like that. That's a pretty extreme warble. Yeah, the problem is that really emphasizes this weird, like, doubling of the edges here. So I don't know. Why 4? I don't know why you're being, like, toxic. I would, I'd cut that out. See, what I could do, like, instead of using the base texture as this, I could kind of separate this sand texture and all this stuff out from the main sprite and then expand it down so we don't get this weird, like, double effect, you know what I mean? So that's definitely a possibility. It's all good. It's hard to tell when people are joking because, you know, there's no, like, way to know when something is sarcastic, right? Alright, so I think we're good there. Yeah, I think the wobble's good enough. Anyways, next thing now is just creating a menu for this tank. So we're gonna have to do... do you think you could pixelate the wobble? I'm trying to think how that would work. I mean, theoretically, I think it would be possible, but it would probably look a little bit jarring if it was pixelated. Because the problem is like, you wouldn't get this, like, smooth, subtle effect. It would have to, like, snap these pixels around, and so it'd be like a big jump. There's a lot of different thoughts on this kind of stuff. You know, I've seen people that are uber like, it has to be pixel perfect, otherwise it sucks, you know. I'm sort of the side of it where I think it's okay to do stuff like this that's not pixel perfect. I do it all over the place. You can see, like, the water effect here. I mean, even, like, the characters moving is not pixel perfect. Especially if you go to, like, the jungle, you can see this stuff. This would be a pixel perfect purist's nightmare. So, I don't know if it matters too much. Will it be available on Android? Someday, for sure. Right now I'm really spending a lot of time kind of just refining the overall game and getting things in place better. But I do want to tackle both an Android and iOS build eventually. Because I think it'd be cool to have this on mobile. But before I do that, I want to make sure that I'm pretty happy with the state the game is in, because the problem with that is it's probably going to be it's going to take me a long time to get like the mobile builds ready to go. So if I'm going to put all the time into doing that, I need to make sure that there's a lot of content to explore first, if that makes sense. I don't want to just leave people hanging for months waiting. So we'll see. All right, let's make a UI for this. So I guess it'll just be a whole new menu in here. Let's see. Oh yeah, let's see. You said you came out as trans. Congrats on that. It's very epic. And then the canvas. Okay, yeah, we got the tank menu node here. So yeah, we'll probably just create another menu in here for the breeding tank, I imagine. Yeah. 'Cause that's where I would put the menu, yeah. Let's do that. The tank menu is like dense with a lot of nodes, and I don't want to duplicate that one because it's going to take me a million years to fix it. So we're going to copy a different menu. Let's copy the travel menu because it's really easy and simple. Well, somewhat simple. Oops, what am I doing? Tank breeding. I'll just call it breeding tank menu. All right. Throw that in there. Make it invisible. Breeding tank menu. Change the label here to breeding tank. And I will copy this code, but I will not keep it. We don't need the travel list or scroll container. And we don't do any of that stuff. Get rid of all that. All right, that's basically it. I don't think we'll actually even need a scroll container on this, because, like, it's just not needed. Like, this is going to be a pretty simple UI, I think. We'll figure out exactly what it's going to look like. But I just want to get it opening first, so. All right, so we got that set up. All right, back into the breeding tank. So whenever this is selected, I want to run a function. If we go in here to like this one, it doesn't actually run a function on the tank, which is interesting. So yeah, I guess we don't really need to. So on this one, let's go ahead and say, Terraria jungle theme. Yeah, it's epic. I've always really liked the jungle theme. That's one of my favorites, I think. Let's go travel menu too. Oops, wrong script. Go back into here. Oh, and this is... So I had to do this. And put it in quotes. Yuck. Alright, it's fine though. Okay, so it's going to call that and open up that menu. Let's go see if it works. It should. Try the top 3 games. Yeah, for OSTs, yeah. Oh, of old time, yeah. I read OAT and I was like, OST? Yeah, Terraria is pretty awesome. I've played a lot of Terraria. It is definitely probably in my top 10 list for sure, because it's just epic. You know? I've played a lot of, I mean, man, I would play I would play for so long on the console version, guys, like thousands and thousands of hours. I really wish I had like a stat for how much time I actually spent. Because it's got to be so much. Also, I realized I made a mistake with the breeding room, which is partially why it looks like the ceiling is so low. Because I just forgot to put in another wall piece. So we're gonna go fix that. Also, I need to go ahead and do a door here. So it'll go right there. And then let's go fix this here. Oh yeah, don't I have one over in the reception? It's like low tiles, yeah. Let me copy this over for the reading room. Make sure there's nothing there. Alright. And then for these, I can put them down here to have a floor underneath, right? So what is this set to on ordering? Yeah, -1, so... There we go. Now I have to create a new variant of the tops, kind of like how I have this over here for the horizontal walkway. We need to do that over here now so that people can walk vertically between. So let's go do that. I bet 2 Big Boy Bucks. The next song is Jungle Underground. It was not, unfortunately. That would have been fire, though. Terraria Undertale tied to first. Yeah, that's fair. I've never really liked Undertale. Like, I appreciate the story and stuff, and I definitely, like, for what it is, it's a important game. But I just don't like the gameplay. I don't like games where it mainly consists of just talking to NPCs. I've just never really liked that, so... You know, it's too bad, because I wish that I liked the game. I can't take it. I don't know. But oh well. So let's see, we got that. That's the bottom node, and then... Yeah, this one will come from the other side. Okay, so what we need to do here is just kind of... make this thing connected like that. That's literally it. I think that's actually it. So let's just save. And then what did I do for the setup on these ones? I think I just made them tall. Also, graphic welcome in, graphic queue. Does Godot allow you to export to console and Switch and so on? So, not natively, but there is ways to do it. There's one... like organization or whatever, it's W4 Games, and they have some like special Godot yucky AI art, but over here under like W4 consoles you can pay them and then you get access to an export for like Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, stuff like that. So there is ways to do it, but oh, sorry, I didn't see you redeem wrist check, Oshik. But it does cost a lot of money. If we look at the pricing plans, you can see, you know, per console for the starter, it's $800 a year. But see, you also have these brackets, right? So if you're making more than $300,000 a year, you gotta pay $10,000 a year. Which, I mean, to be fair, like, basically, this is worthwhile as long as you can make more than $10,000 from all your console launches. Which, if you're already doing really well and have a successful game, that's not that hard to do. So, yeah. It's expensive, but I don't know. It'd probably be worth it just to get access to be able to do stuff. W4 consoles for education. And yeah, see, I don't know if they don't support 4.7 yet, I don't think. Which is kind of... This is the thing with doing console exports, is you'd have to, like, stick with one version forever, probably, or at least until they update their tool. But yeah, there's cons. My list is an odd list, but number 1 is a Guitar Hero. Oh, okay. 2 is Fallout New Vegas. Oh yeah, that one's fire. I need to play Fallout New Vegas again. I want to try this game from the time I watched it on YouTube. Due to The Office, no time to try. I'll try the demo now. Let's go. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, the main game has definitely evolved a lot from the demo, but I think the demo gives you a decent kind of idea of what the game is about and stuff, right? So it's not bad. Eventually we'll hold on, wait, that's the Sword Origin. Eventually we're probably gonna go through and update the demo again, but it's just kind of one of those things where like I can spend time updating the demo, or I can just add more stuff to the game. Right? That's the thing. So sometimes it's hard to justify that. All right, so now we got that little connection point there. Actually, I realized I have to do... I did it on the completely wrong area. But here, so this has the bottom one, and then the regular research room has the top one. Oh, I messed it up. Okay, well, we'll fix it. In the bottom for reading room, make it... Oh no, I didn't mess it up. I just forgot to do the unshaded material. So we gotta select these, and it has this unshaded thing here. Go set this as the rendering. Boom. Now it looks good. There we go. We got a little walkway here. So now we can configure our navigation areas and stuff. Let's also move this tank back down. Now that we expanded the ceiling. Okay. We're gaming. Persona has some crazy OST. Yeah, we got some Persona music, I think, in the playlist. They've got some pretty wild stuff. It's pretty cool. So how do I do the navigation between these two zones? Oh, yeah, I think I get it. Okay. I see now. My eyes have been awakened. Also, why is this not... Oh, I have to go add it into the group, which is navigation colliders. Did I just add a point light into that? Hold on. Boom. Now fix this guy. Boom. All right. Excuse me. All games filled with boss battles, honestly, yeah. You know, making a retro FPS, it's a zombie demon shooter, yeah. Basically having got overrun by hell, your goal is to try and save it. It's pretty
Bless
cool.
you.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Ryan. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, to give it alternate ending. Yeah, I like having different endings and stuff like that with games. I think it's cool. I saw like a post, I think on Reddit or something, but games where the bad ending, quote unquote, recontextualizes the good ending is kind of neat. Like, let's say you play through the game and you get the good ending and you're like, oh yeah, I got the good ending. This is definitely a good ending and everything's great. But then you play the bad ending and it like reveals to you that the good ending is actually the true bad ending. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of fun. I don't know if that would really work for a lot of games, but let's call this navigation reading. All right, and then what we got to do is move. Let's clear the polygon on this one now. I don't know if these all have separate. I might have just messed up bad. Oh no, it's still here. So the research one is there. The problem though is if I clear this polygon, delete the points, is it gonna like Is it gonna mess this up? Because I think I might have just destroyed everything. Frick. Okay, so what we got to do is make this a new polygon, make unique. And then now I can break this one, and it shouldn't mess up the research room. Yes, so now the research room is still there. Okay. Now let's add on our new polygons. Boom, bake it. All right, so we got that navigation region now. So what we do, let's go back. Go put it in here. Navigation breeding. And then we say enabled here is true. And enabled here is false. And I think maybe that this has a list of our navigation areas. Apparently not. Oh, but it's all part of the same navigation, like, layer, so it should be fine. So, the scientists should now be able to walk between. Let's see if it actually works, I don't know. I think it will. Will it? But aren't they gonna collide? Oh, hold on, I need to do some different stuff. I forgot how this is set up. Back into reading room. So this has like, we look in here, we can see which ones have collisions, right? So you can see the spot above the doorway does not have collisions, and neither do these, so theoretically, they should be able to walk through here without colliding. So let's just make sure those are the right ones. And let's go ahead and time warp and see if it works. Yeah. Yeah, like this person, you love and save the good ending. Yeah, it reveals they did some bad stuff. Yeah, stuff like that. Let's go check this out. So will they walk between? I can put them over here. Okay. I mean, they do walk between. I don't know why they're not, like, spawning here, though. Like, when I go into the main menu and go back in, nobody starts over here for some reason. And yeah, they don't seem to be walking over there. Let's go look at the customer code. Because they should be allowed to go over there. Right, and select target. And then right here, get random navigation point. Oh, I just didn't. I just didn't put it in there. Because I say navigation research. I see. So let's add these in. Right, so regions is equal to that. And then let's say if target upgrade level ally.upgrade.research. Then I want to say regions.push back. That one. Okay. And then see what I want to do here is return this, but I want to say regions.pick random. That should work. And then do the same thing now with if global.get upgrade level ally.upgrade.expansion. It's greater than or equal to 3. Push back our navigation breeding get RID. Okay. I don't know why it's complaining here. Oh, just because it's redefining regions. Let's just call it that. Okay. And really, that's just pushing back the RIDs. Let's just call it that. Alright. I don't know why I'm not doing it down there. Whatever. Okay, guys. Let's see if it works. I hope it works. Be crazy if it worked. Whoa! Look at them go! They're walking between the buildings. Look at them go! Alright. Pretty cool. And then one thing I want to make sure is, let's set upgrade, li upgrade expansion to 0. So you can see that's what it looks like where it's got the proper, it's dark over here. And we're going to make this not appear until you've actually bought the breeding tank. But yeah, it's looking good though. So I think we're gaming. I don't know if I should do game dev or play Minecraft. That is the question, isn't it? I battle that question every day. Yeah, it's hard to say. I do love some Minecraft, that's for sure. I think when I run into stuff like that, something that helps is like giving myself like, you know, a compromise. Being like, okay, I will do this for however long and then go play Minecraft. You know? Barter with myself. I get to play Minecraft if I work on my game for 1 hour, right? But yeah. Alright, so anyways, this new room is working and the UI opens up here, which is good. I'll probably make it make the same noise that this one uses when it opens. The bubbles. Because normally you press a button and it does a click for when you open a menu. But when you click on this, it's just silent because it's not like a button. So we'll have to do that. Yeah, there's a lot I need to get done game dev wise. I need to start 3D modeling, honestly. My zombies are just white capsules, so yeah. Yeah, modeling is hard. It's like, I feel like I always need to spend more time getting better at modeling. I don't know. Go over there. Yeah, I do feel like it'd be cool if we had another room down here on the south, you know? I don't know, what it would be exactly. I mean, we could do another room with more tanks. I find it funny that people are like, there's not nearly enough tanks in this game. I mean, I don't know, there's quite a few. Maybe they just feel like they aren't supposed to remove their fish. I don't know, I don't get it. Everyone always asks for the ability to move tanks, but that's gonna be a freaking nightmare, so I don't know about that. But definitely one down here in the corner. Could be nice. Maybe like, I have been wanting to do possibly a bathroom. Possibly a food court. I feel like a food court would be fun. I mean, the thing with the bathrooms, like, well, how do you make a bathroom? Like, what do you do with a bathroom? I think it's kind of stupid. But a food court, though, I think you could do a lot of stuff. So, yeah. I also thought it'd be neat if, like, you could see, like, a little office back here for the player. Maybe we'll do that eventually. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if we should also have some windows facing the other direction. So, like, we could have windows down here kind of being cast into the building. That could be kind of cool. We'll see. Anyway, so let's get this breeding tank menu set up, I suppose. Breeding tank menu. So the way it's gonna work is it's just gonna show an icon of the fish up here. Again, I don't know if I want it to be 2 fish minimum to start the breeding. It would be kind of a nice little, like, you know, goal to hit. Like, you have to do at least 2 fish, right? So maybe that would be okay. Yeah, so let's go ahead and put some stuff on our panel container. I'm gonna do 2 texture rects. So the way I see this is we're gonna have like fish 1. Let's just put anything in there right now. Goldfish, whatever. Don't do keep size, fit height, or whatever. I'll probably put these inside of panel containers. So that expands that way. Let's set a larger minimum size on this. Set this to expand. Whoa! Okay. So that's panel container 1. Got panel container 2. Now for the scaling, I want to say keep aspect centered. Yo, Adagon, thanks so much for the hydrate. How's it going? What's going on? Let's see here. Then we'll have a button in here. This will be like read, and it'll cost 20 research or whatever. We'll figure that out. I really wish you could do rich text label stuff on buttons, right? Because I would love to be able to put like icons into a button and stuff. I mean, I know I can create my own custom button to do that, but it's just kind of like, why is that not built into Godot? I don't know. Whatever. I need to put my Invisalign back in. Adding content to 2 more of the wikis? Let's go. Nice. Good PR, put it in Godot. I could, but it's a lot of work. Also, like, I don't know how to do it. Like, is a node like that, like, is that just all in GD script? Or is that programmed in C++? Right, I have no idea. I don't even know the process. Like, how would you add? I have no idea. I mean, maybe it's just there. Like, if I go to Godot GitHub, right? Where even is that? Like, is that in core? Is that an object? See, it's none of that stuff. Like, where are the nodes? Like, let's just go find, like, a button. See, the problem is that all of these are C++ files, right? Like this one. Get minimum size. Yeah. I mean, they can have icons, but I just wish I could, like, you know, use BB code inside of the text of the button. That would be quite nice. Because I want to be able to show, like, read, and then it shows in here icon research right here, and then show the 20 instead of having to spell out research. But I just don't know how to do that. I mean, yeah, I'd have to create a rich text label and just put it on top of the button. That's probably the only way to really do it. But yeah, like to add a new node into Godot, you have to program it all in C++, right? Because I don't think they use GD script for their built-in nodes, right? Because there's like canvas item, it's all C++. So a little complicated. I mean, I'm sure it's not like that bad because, you know, it's all the same functions and stuff is visible in tree. It wouldn't be that complicated probably to convert that. But like, how does the button rendering even work? That's the H file, but you know, like with the text stuff, I have no idea. Does it just create a label node and then edit that label node? You know? I have no clue. There's a lot of code in here for the button. Fit icon size, the shape. Set text. So you just say text is equal to that. So where is text used? Like where is it drawn, you know? It's probably not as easy as it seems because you'd have to like take the code from a rich text label and inject it into the button. This is why I'm always like afraid of the idea of contributing to Godot, because it's not just creating a little node and then throwing it in. It's like you've got to integrate it in with C++ programming. Then you've got like, because I bet the rich text label node is crazy, right? I bet there's so much code in here. Oh my god. It's bad, guys. Holy crap. This is insane. What? Oh my god. 8,000 lines of code for the rich text label? Ugh. All right. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what I would do, right? Is just put a rich text label node as a child of the button and just set the button to not have text or icons and just do it that way. It's pretty easy to do. I mean, I guess this is the thing. It's like, yeah, it'd be neat as a built-in node, but also I can just make my own custom node for it, so fine. Boy, I didn't realize rich text label was that insane. I mean, I guess there's a lot of stuff that you need to do for BB code, right? So it is not easy to integrate. It's also why rich text labels can be kind of slow if you do bad things with them, because look at all this freaking code, guys. Oh my god. Insane. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah, don't look at the engine code. Yeah, it's scary. Yeah, I mean, the rich text label code probably has old logic. Or yeah, I already did that. Yeah, for the BB code. It's just so much. This is like, how do people like maintain stuff like this, man? This is hard. This is like more code than exists in like all of Tactic-Toe right now. For just one node. That is the beauty of open source. Lots of people to work on things. People that are more knowledgeable than I am. In C++. Let's see. You said there's a bug in your game that allows player to climb through the ceiling. Oh yeah, that's crazy. He just made the ceilings really thick. Yeah, it honestly works. So it's being like recognized like a ledge. Yeah, that makes sense. I really wanted to hook into the RTL custom effects for my dialogue, but the one thing I couldn't get working in a reasonable way was dramatic pauses. Yeah, I feel that. I think that would be... I mean, how do you go about like doing your dialogue stuff? Like, I'm assuming... Yeah, shaking, wiggly text. That is the nice thing about rich text labels, is you can like put a lot of character into your dialogue, you know? Because I assume you have some kind of like scrolling effect on the characters on the label, right? Implication is bad. It's all good. We've all been there. Because one thing with the rich text label, assuming like the text pops in, there's this property in here that's I'm sure you probably already know, but if I like write some stuff in here. Hello there. How's it going? Like it has this visible ratio. So this is the way that I do like text popping in dialogue, is I just like set this to a tween, and then it'll make the characters pop in. And it seems to work pretty well. The thing that's also nice that I've noticed is it takes into account the effects. So it just hides the BB code, and if there's something that like does this, it just works. So every character is a node. Yeah, that's pretty bad, huh? What like made you do that? Just because of like all the... Just to have more control over the characters, or... Let's see, this game I play or used to play when I was not on a bad laptop, called Yark. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, you want to control timing with BB code tags. Okay. The thing is with BB code, you can create your own custom effects. I haven't messed with it a lot, but I wonder if there's a way that you could do it that way. Like you could create a new tag. Yeah, like you could create a tag called pause and pass in an argument. Did do some custom ones? Okay. Because, I mean, isn't that just running a script? So you could probably figure out a way to, like, send a signal back. Yeah, I don't know. And threw it all away when I tried pausing. Yeah. Yeah, it was getting ugly. It's fair. I really forget how to do the custom. It's like you have to go into one of these tabs. You can enter in your custom effects. Oh, right here, custom effects, and then you can set that and then add in a new rich text file. I always forget though how these work. It's like you have to assign it a script or something. Let's just do that, and then you can make this extend rich text effect. Then you've got all these things in here. Yeah. Because, I mean, this is just like an object. So, I mean, you can do signals and all the regular code stuff, right? So I wonder if you could have a way, like, does this know when it's been... Like, when it's set to visible? Yeah, I don't know. Editing individual characters with custom effects is great, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's always tricky with stuff like that, I mean. But that is kind of a crazy system, though. A node for every character. I mean, if it works, though, you know? That's the thing. Doesn't really matter. I can't imagine you'd ever have that much text on screen to where it would actually cause performance issues, right? Because, I mean, you would have to have a lot of text. You'd have to have like 1,000 characters on screen for that to really be a problem. Yeah, what I got us working in isn't noticeably bogging things down by trying not to think about it. That's completely fair, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. There's so much stuff like that, though, I've done in, yeah, the telltale art under your floorboards, yeah. I've done a lot of stuff like that with Starground, too. I mean... ugh. There's many horrors hidden within the code of Starground. I also try not to think about them. Like, the way that I do the inventory in Starground is gross, because I couldn't get it working properly on multiplayer, and so I had to manually send over these RPCs to tell clients that stuff is updated. It's bad. What I would have done now these days is use a synchronizer node and then set up a like set function on the inventory system on the variable that gets updated, so I can tell the player when the inventory is changed. Because I'm like checking in the process event on every single inventory node and waiting to see, and I'm like duplicating the dictionary and checking against the old one. Is it actually different? It's stupid that I did it that way. I want to fix it one day, but also at the same time, I don't want to. You know what I mean? I kind of just want to forget about it. I mean, it does work. It's definitely not optimal, but it's functional. So it's like, is it worth all the time it would take to fix it? Because here's the problem. Everything in Starground has an inventory. It's not just an easy little change. It's scary. Yeah, I don't know, man. But we've all got demons. So Mossvale, welcome in. Any tips on keeping your folders organized? So many sprites. What I've been doing very recently with just Tactic-Toe, I've been trying to organize my stuff. For the longest time, the way I organize my files is I just organize them by file type. So I say like, this is the sprites folder, and this is the scenes folder, right? And I don't really like that a lot of the times, because like, especially when you have scenes that also has an associated script, you have to go hunt down the script for that scene. So you're opening up a billion different folders constantly. So what I've done differently with Tactic-Toe recently is I'm now grouping them based off of like their logical functions. So for maps, I keep any scripts for maps and scenes inside of there. Yeah, I mean, I do that all the time, but if you have some big scenes and stuff, it's annoying to have to click on this and then hit the script every time. I like just having it all be in the same area. I think this is better, honestly. But it's nice. So now like all of my UI stuff for Tactic-Toe is all in the same spot. The scripts, the scenes, it's all, the UI stuff is here. So I don't have to think about like, oh wait, this is a different thing from this, or this is a script and this is a scene. I just go to the UI folder. And I feel like that's, for me so far, it's been a better way of organizing things. And I would say for sprites, it's a very similar thing. Like I wouldn't organize them based off of like their attributes, but more of the ways that they're used, right? And I've done that a little bit with Lurden. Like I've got an icons folder and a flags and fish, you know, like they have general categories like that work well for organizing them. But yeah, definitely just think about like, what do these sprites do? Like if you have a bunch of sprites that are for furniture, then make a furniture folder, for example, all right? I think that's the best way to organize that I found. Because odds are, like, you're going to be accessing stuff in clusters. So, like, if you're accessing one piece of furniture and you need to access a different one, you know, you want that to be in the same folder. So, I think it makes sense. Because then you don't have to constantly, like, swap around where these sprites are and stuff. It's just annoying that way. Yeah, like grouping similar functions. Yeah, I think so. I think that's the way to go. Yeah, group by function, not by, like, you know, qualities of the file. Like, don't, like, group by resolution or something. That would be kind of a bad idea, probably. Like 64 pixel sprites, 32 pixel sprites, because it just makes it really annoying to have to go through. And then also, what if you change a sprite, change the resolution of it? Now you've got to move where the sprite is, which can mess up your whole project. You know, it's just bad to do it that way, I think. So, all right, so for this breeding tank, it's a little weird having two sprites if they're always going to be the same fish. You know what I mean? Excuse me. I think I'm just going to make it so it just shows one fish. And the only way that you can put a fish into this tank is if you have at least two in your inventory. Right?
Bless you.
So, thank you, Ryan. I don't know why I'm sneezing so much. I was grilling like the other day. I think maybe all the smoke in my nose irritated my respiratory system. I don't know. Okay, so the way I want this to kind of work is tank is empty. You go ahead and move fish into the tank. Thank you. It takes two fish out of your inventory. So if you don't have enough fish, it'll like throw up a little warning that's like requires at least two fish. Because I think it's stupid to have to do it twice. That's annoying. Now for the hybrid tank, fish you what? For the hybrid tank, that'll be a different thing because that does take two different fish. So we'll worry about that when we cross that bridge. But for this, I just wanted to click on the tank and then put them in. We'll need a progress bar so that the player can view what their current progress is, right? Because these will take time. I don't want the breeding to just instantly be done because that feels a little too easy. So these will increment. We'll have a progress variable, right? So you'll see it start going up like this. And then eventually, once it hits 100%, then it'll be ready to redeem. So I think I'll just keep the same button here, and this will just be multi-purpose. So it's the button you click to activate the breeding, but then also to take the fish out and like finish it too, right? I think that's what we're gonna do. So, yeah. Is there anything else we really need in this UI? I mean, we'll have the cost of how much it takes, the time. I mean, this is basically it. It's a pretty simple UI, honestly. I don't know. It's hard to say. Yo, shut up, Lukey. Welcome in. The Shadelings are watching. Let's go. Have a great stream. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I hope your stream's going good. I feel like this UI is too simple. Like, there needs to be more stuff in here, right? Am I crazy in thinking that? I don't know what else would be in here. Because I like to keep things simple. I don't know. Does this even need to be a full UI? Because, like, we could do, like, how the decorations have a little panel that pops up, too. I mean, that's another option. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. That is getting things done. Let's go. What are you working on today? I am doing a bunch of stuff, but we're focusing on a new tank inside of Lured In where you can breed fish together. So yeah, it's going pretty good. I'm just kind of getting the UI set up and stuff. Yeah, and I kind of have an option for how I want to do the UI. We can either do like a node in the world. Wait for this to load up really quick. Yeah, fish breeding. It's finally time. Because there's two types. So there's a full screen menu like this, right? That just pops up and boom, here's the stuff. But then you've also got like these menus. When you click on a decoration, it shows like this little panel that appears. And this menu is so simple, I almost feel like this little panel could work for the breeding tank instead of a full screen menu. Especially since it is an object that you actually click on, like, to interact with. But I don't know, what do you guys think? Any thoughts on that? I mean, the full screen view is okay, but it's just, it's hard to fill out this UI with enough stuff in here to make it look good, I feel like. And this is kind of alluring. Just doing this little menu like this, you know? In-world menu. I don't know. Yeah, ease of use would make it less confusing. Yeah, I mean, it's just like one of those things, because, I mean, we have both of these types of menus, a full screen menu and the little pop-up menu. Just wonder. Smaller menu would make it less encumbersome visually, too. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of leaning toward it, because normally these menus work well if it's like a complicated UI. Right? Like, obviously for the shop, we have tons of nodes and panels in here, so it warrants having like a big screen to do stuff in for all of these menus, right? But for this one, it's really just it's like one button. So like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like it needs all that space, really. Yeah. Now, for the hybridization tank, that might be a different thing. Because with this tank down here, I want that to be like you're putting two different kinds of fish in and getting like a little preview of the next fish you get out and all that kind of stuff. So that would be a little bit more involved. I feel like for that tank, it would make more sense as a full screen menu. But yeah, just not for this one though. It's like this UI is boring. It'll look good as a tiny UI. But yeah. Guess that's what we'll do. It's a little annoying. I'm gonna have to redo the whole way I did it, but it's okay. Because we have like the aquarium decoration menu here. This is its own scene. Decoration spot has a menu in here, so it's this node. Okay, so this is the menu. And then this is just a regular node, a control node. Not a panel container or anything. And I think the reason for that then is because I can have an anchor point like this. But I don't know if that's needed anymore, because now with this new thing in 4.7 with the offset transforms, I can just set the origin point to be at a different spot. So like, for example, let's look at this menu, right? I can just say offset transform on, and then position ratio, right? I can set it to 0.5. So now it's anchored, and don't say visual only. It's anchored on this point. So actually, I feel like this is fine to not have that extra node. Yeah, then we can shrink this way down. Have a nice little small UI here. I feel like this will work fine. So this is kind of tiny. Yeah, I don't need it in an H box anymore. Let's get rid of that. Because we're just going to have one fish here. Let's set up a minimum size here. Let's do like 128 maybe, or a little more. 192, sure. It'll have a progress bar here. Then we'll have the button. And I'll probably put this one on the bottom. So let's do like a rich text label in between those. Because I'll probably have a timer that says like, it will be this long until fish is ready. And I might put another rich text label right below this panel too that says how much it'll cost. So breeding will cost, you know, X research, like that. And that'll be centered. And no sense in expanding. Okay. Actually, I might flip these around, so I'll probably put that down here. And then put this one up here. This one will be the timer, right? Oops, I made that a child with the progress bar. And then this one will say how much it'll cost. And then we'll probably have a way to cancel it also. Just in case you need to stop it for whatever reason. So something kind of like this. And then I'll just give a description of what will happen. So breeding will cost X research and create a new fish. Not a new fish. I don't want it to sound like you're going to get a new species. And create another, we'll say fish is in, and then replace that with the name of the fish. Like that. Boom. Okay. And I don't have to say research because it'll just be the icon and it'll have the image of the research icon, so it should be fine. And then this will show when it's active, like time remaining, right? Yeah, I think this will all work pretty well. And this extends off from the side there. Let's do top left because it doesn't matter. Okay. Now, with some of these UIs in here, like I have to scale it because if we go into this decoration menu, actually that might happen on the other object if we go into here. I think it handles that in this node, which we won't do. Yeah, because it says right here sprite position and then also the frame scale. That's the frame right here, the anchor scale. So we're not going to worry about that stuff. Yeah, we'll run that probably inside of, because that's going to be a child of the UI anyways. Yeah. We'll run this all in here. Why am I not getting autocomplete today? So then we can say if this menu is active, we say scale is equal to that, you know? Should work well. Let's not worry about the little menu line just for a moment. Okay, let's see what happens here. And then we can set the position where this is. Actually, hold on. I gotta change a bunch of code around. Let's hide that delta for now. First thing we gotta do is... let's see. Go into the aquarium scene. And then as a child of this tank, we add in that menu. It's the breeding tank menu. Boom. And we can position it physically in space. So I don't really want this centered to the top left. I think it's the pivot ratio might be what I want to mess with. That doesn't seem to matter. I guess that's because, oh, that should be set to like 0. Then that one's set to minus 0.5. So then now I can just move this around and it'll stay centered in the top left. Cool. See, I don't know where we want to keep this centered, but just kind of like out directly to the right of it. I think should be fine. And let's make it invisible by default. Let's go try it out. See if it works. And now on this tank, I think instead of what I was doing before, I'm just going to run a function on this node, right function, open UI, right? And this is going to say that dot toggle on. Now we go into the cursor node. Instead of that saying toggle on, we just say object.openUI. Alright. See if it works. Oh. Oh, what happened? What is going on? Oh. It's over there for some reason. What on earth? I don't know why it's over there. Let's turn off the offset transforms for a minute. So it's on the left. Let's do pivots. So 0.5 on that one. Why is it doing that? Oh, I know why. I think it's because the animation sets the scale here. Might be why I have this set as a separate node. I think I'm realizing why. Yeah. Let's go into the decoration spot. Has to do with the way the animations are, right? Because anchor is the node that gets set. So we don't have to have this separate node in here, but we do need to set an anchor node, which is fine. Because otherwise there's going to be fighting between that initial tweening animation and the scaling that sets it like properly, so we have to do that in here. It's not a big deal. Just call it anchor. I mean, there is ways to probably get around that, like, because there's again, with the offset transform stuff, you can change the scale separately in there. So you could use that as like a animation, but I don't know. It's okay. So we'll put that in there now. So I want to say get parent.scale. Do that there. And now This needs to be updated. Right, like that. So we have this anchor point now. This size should be set to 0. Yo, Wheelpaper Astro, welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing? Okay, so that's in the center there. And now we can do our offset transform with our position ratio. And everything should be fine. Let's try again. Maybe everything will be fine. We'll see. What is this? New update to Vericide. Holy crap, guys. This is incredible. I'll have to check it out. Good, what about you? Yeah, it's going good. We're just working on adding in a new kind of tank today into Lure In. It's going to be a breeding tank, so you can duplicate your fish in here, basically. Trying to get the stuff working. It's being a little funny, but we'll get there. You can see they're walking over my stuff, which is not supposed to happen. So, what's the next thing here? Why is this right in the middle? Oh, just because I put it right in the middle. Let's move it off to the side a little bit. So it's better, but it's still animating like it's coming up from the bottom for some reason, where these ones don't. Also, it does not feel like it's actually scaling properly, because if I mean, I guess it is. It just seems huge. It's probably just because the camera's not following it and stuff. That's something I think that happens inside of... Let's go back to the decoration spot. I think I set like a camera thing in here when I open this menu. Where is that? I say toggle on. Unless it's inside of this code. Oh yeah, I say lerp target as owner. Otherwise I set it back to null. Okay. So let's do that. On function changed. If status else that equals null. Call super with status enforced. Okay, so that should set the camera lerp target. Let's try that. Heard of the new Twitch update that automatically opts you into AI training with your streams. You know, the funny thing is, with that setting is like, we were all opt-in before they added the setting. You know what I mean? This is now they're just telling everyone about it. So it probably doesn't really matter. It's too late anyways. But yeah, definitely I opted out of that. Don't know if it really matters. What is going on? Why is it going over there? Oh, let's I'm probably doing like the wrong node. Yeah, I don't want to set the... So I'm setting it to owner. Shouldn't that be right? Oh, because it's not its own node. That's what's going on here. Let's go back into the aquarium. Yeah, it's pretty stupid. I mean, I always assume that anything I put on the internet is going to be used for training data.
We made everyone auto opt in because no one would have willingly done that. Dumb Twitch.
That was a stupid answer. I don't know why they even said that. So, that's dumb. It's dumb. Twitch always does dumb things. Any public company does dumb things. That's just how it goes. YouTube does dumb things. Twitch does dumb things. But yeah. You've heard the setting just randomly turns on sometimes, does it? At least they're honest. That's true. That's true. It could be worse. They could lie about it. Yeah. Why does it still do the funny animation? Maybe that has to do with the anchor point that I'm choosing here. So let's go into the breeding tank. I would like to eliminate one of these nodes if possible, right? I think that's because it is anchored here. Oh yeah, this is a little weird. What is this position ratio right now? Oh, was I setting it in the wrong area? I might have been. That should be minus 0.5. That should be 0. And don't set it to visual only. And the regular pivot stuff, just keep it the same spot then. Yeah, I'll give this a try. If this still doesn't work, I might just have to add in another node, which is not the end of the world, but I'd like to avoid that if possible. A little bit out, Trip. Have a good one. Hail the fish. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your day. So let's go into the breeding tank node, and then reset any stupid settings that I made in here. I want them to be the same as the original node. Okay. Let's go see if this works now. Nope, it still goes from the bottom. So why does it do that? Is it because I'm setting this to not visual only? Oh, that's broken though. So we definitely want that on. Is it because of the pivot point? But the pivot ratio is fine, I would think. I mean, I can set the pivot ratio to be different. That doesn't seem to do anything. Maybe it's the regular pivot offset ratio? Because maybe I want that to be technically in the center of where the old node was, so like there. Probably have to restart the game for that to apply. Let's try it out. Also, Connor McKernell, welcome in. Thanks for stream. Doing well. How are you, Chip? I'm doing pretty good. Just working on a new breeding tank instead of lured in. It's coming along. Should probably just add in another node. It would simplify things a bit, but I refuse. Okay, it's still not. Let's just go set it up the exact same way all the other ones are, because clearly it's not working out. Something that's really annoying here is we're gonna have to... I can't paste the root node as a child, which I always think is so stupid that it's... can't just duplicate it. But anyways, we gotta get another panel container here. Put that as the new child. Change this type into a regular control node. Then now put the VBox as a child of the panel container. So it's basically the same setup, but now we've got another node here, right? And the thing here now is this. We can position this. So let's go look at the aquarium decoration menu, right? So you can see this is where this node is here. It's got nothing, just top left, nothing weird. And then the panel container, it's set to center left, and we don't have any weird offsets or anything, so let's just do that. So layout, transform, the ratios are just set to the center, and then set this anchor to center left on this node. Don't have a custom minimum size on that anymore. There we go. So now it does this. And I guess this is set a certain distance away. Or like this node is or something. It's set 24 pixels away. So we can control the spacing here with that. So we could say we want this to be set like 128 pixels away from the object. And I think that should be pretty good. Welcome back, Oscar. So now instead of the breeding tank, yeah, we don't have to move this node anymore. We just kind of keep that at 0. And it didn't seem to save it in here. See, it's odd. It's like... why is it not... I guess that position thing isn't real. I don't know why it's set to 24 in here then. I guess set that to 0. Is that gonna like break everything? Yeah, because it's set here manually to the anchor is set to 32 pixels out. Okay, I don't know why that was even like that then. Anyways, back in here. So now the anchor we want to set to not size, position. Move it out a little bit. Let's go 48 out from the edge. Let's try this again. See if it works. One thing I wish I could do is like put these nodes under like a different lighting group or something so they're not affected by the light sources anymore, because I'm getting kind of tired of having to put shaders on all these. So I wonder if there's a way for me to like go in here and say like for visibility or something, just choose a different light mask. Or just not put no light masks. But it doesn't seem to do anything. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. See, I can put no light masks, but then it's just dark. I guess I could do this one. Light mask 2? Let's try it. That seems to work. And then I don't have to put shaders on here, so it does all the wobbles and stuff. Because that's always a problem that I've had with these other menus, is I can't have the effects doing stuff. Yeah, that seems to work. All right, let's go change that on all these menus then. So with this guy, don't use parent material anymore. Then now we just go into visibility, set it to light mask 2. I think that's it. Let's go try it out. And we're gonna have to make it so it doesn't change. Let's go into the decoration spot and get rid of the unshaded material right there. Oh yeah, also it's set to unshaded just on the base node. Go away. No more unshaded. I don't need it anymore. Let's go try it. It is a little weird having like UIs like this physically in the world, but it's fine. It works. It does work somehow. Oh, look, they're wiggling around now. Epic. Okay. Obviously, this one's fine. This probably would be an issue if I set up like HDR support in the game, because there is like a ability to do that. You can set like your viewport to use 2D HDR, but it screws up everything when you do that, so I decided not to. One thing I noticed when I enabled that, I think it was affecting stuff on my canvas layer, which I was like really confused about. I was like, what? Why would it be doing this, you know? But it is what it is. Okay. Well, that seems to be all good now. Now you can do the stuff in here. And it should be relatively easy to read. I mean, this is what it's like in normal scale. It's the exact same scale on the UI, like, as these ones are and stuff, so it's the same. It should be okay. Then we can also test on controller. Just make sure everything works. See, it's nice because on controller you can, it just works, and then you can't access the other parts. And it's the same here. So yeah, we're good. One thing I can get rid of probably is the little like separator line. I mean, some of these UIs have it, but most of them don't, like the customization UI, so probably just remove it because I don't think it's necessary, especially since we have a panel everything's inside of anyways, so yeah. So let's go back into here. Reading tank menu. And H separator, go away. Boom. All right. Shows the icon right there of the fish. It'll show like all the stuff, time remaining, how much it'll cost, and what it'll do. So we can fill out all that information. And then I need to put like a little X button inside of there so you can remove the fish. So we'll add that in. Fish and chips, no way, I know, it's crazy. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I kind of want to indicate that there are 2 fish here. So I think I'm going to just add a little label. This doesn't do anything, but it just kind of reminds the player that there are 2 fish in this UI, right? And that's all I wanted to do. Can up the font size a bit, maybe even up to like 48 or something. 1 fish, 2 fish, yeah. And then now for returning these fish back to your inventory, I could have like a little X button somewhere, but I think I'll just do it right below. So we'll paste this as a child. Put it right here, and this will just say return fish. Which actually we have a key for this already, I think. Now, I want this to only be visible before the breeding starts, I think. Probably. I don't like how this UI looks, though, with the button on top and then a progress bar and another button. That's the only thing I don't like. I think we could put this button inside of the texture rect. And we'll do anchors. Just keep it on the bottom right. And for sizing, do we have a minimum size? No. I don't know why it's so big. Whatever. The sizing stuff is a little weird here. It's like it's not actually pivoting or something. I don't know. Don't know what to tell you. And then this will just say, it'll just be an X probably. These ones are capital X? Yeah, they are. Yeah, we'll probably do an icon like the return icon. This one. Boom. And then keep the horizontal size to 48. Keep that centered. What's the normal button size? I think it's 30. It's like weird. It's like 37 or something. 32 is way too tiny. I guess 48 is good. Let's go do the, let's see, bottom right. There we go. Call that return. Now it's time for the signaling. The great signaling. So this is when we return fish. We'll just do stuff there. I'll have to store whether a fish is here or not inside of here because it's just not going to save properly. We'll do that inside of global because I don't want these, your like current fish that are being bred to just go away. That would be kind of bad. So we're going to do that in global. I'm just going to have a variable in here somewhere. Like kind of where the player inventory is and stuff. So var breeding data. It's going to have a couple keys. So first off, fish ID. And it's always going to be 2, so I don't even need to bother keeping track of the quantity. li. That's just going to be empty by default. And then I want like time remaining and the cost and all that stuff, right? So just put at 0 or something. Oh god, what did I just do? And then, yeah, really the only other thing is just the cost. Alright. So that information will stay good. And then we'll type it. This will be strings with variants. Okay. And then we can go throw that into our saving and loading. Right. Save at game data. Throw it in here. What is it again? Breeding data? Yeah. Ooh. The script is so slow. Now loading is in a different spot. Now for this, like let's say I add in new keys to the breeding and you already have some pre-existing information in there. Do I want to like go through and check? I want to merge it instead of just setting it, right? Like what I do here with the player customization. So I want to say .merge user data .get breeding data, right? The default will be breeding data and true for overwrite. All right. All done there. Okay, we're getting there. So now I can keep track of all this stuff when we add fish into here and whatnot. So here's the next thing now. When we have a fish in our hand, we have to kind of do the same stuff that we do here. So if object is breeding tank and our add to tank thing is active, then we know all that stuff. And see, what we do here is we toggle on the inventory, which is that if it's empty. Okay. So I'll still want to open up the UI when it's a success here. I'm just going to kind of copy all this code. We're going to get rid of most of it, though. Now, the thing is here, I don't really care about a lot of stuff that's being checked in here, right? I don't care about compatible liquids because there's no such thing. Liquid. I don't care about allowed liquids. My vibe coder, I am not. I don't use any AI. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. The only error really that can happen here is if there's already a fish in there. Or you don't have enough fish. There's only 2. So we just have to say if global dot breeding data. Nah, this is Windows 11. At fish ID is not empty. Right, then we'll say breeding tank already filled. Okay. And then the other one is if you don't have enough fish. So if global dot inventory, I think inventory is just a dictionary with strings and more data. So at our fish ID index.amount is less than 2, then the error is requires at least 2 fish. And that's it. We don't need to worry about the large tank type or any of that business. So if error is empty, that's good. That's when we do the stuff. Don't worry about that. There's no tank fish added. But we will call reset held. And now what we want to do is say -2 fish, right? We're not going to say object add fish. We're just going to say global dot breeding data fish ID is equal to fish ID. Don't turn on the UI. All right. And don't push back tank fish data. So we remove 2, add them to the breeding data, reset held, open UI. Cool. Then otherwise here we just do the error stuff. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't actually even grab item data either, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. So let's go try this out. We should be able to add stuff in now. So if I go ahead and add, let's like sell a bunch of our fish just to test the error states, right? So let's have 1 angler fish. Uh-oh. The game just crashed. Okay. I don't know why. We'll figure out why. It could just be that I'm like trying to test things without relaunching the game. Sometimes it can do weird stuff like that, so it'll be fine. I don't think I created an infinite loop as far as I know. Yeah, there we go. It actually threw an error in it. Oh yeah, Shake X is not a thing on the tank right now. Let's go implement that really quick. So we just do this. That's in process. I guess I have a process event anyways in here. Actually, I don't. Be better if I could just do like a tween for this. I don't really like making a bunch of performance bottlenecks everywhere, so just call it function shake, and if shake tween tween.kill, right? It's a type of tween. Create tween. So I'm not going to set shake X anymore. Just call shake. All right. Yeah, I mean, they're not like the most expensive. I mean, like the thing is it's best to minimize them wherever you can, because even just having like an empty process events can have a significant impact on performance, which is interesting. I mean, if we're being real, this is one node with a process event, so it's probably not going to be very noticeable whatsoever. But the thing with optimization is like these things add up, right? One process here, another there, and then all of a sudden you've got like 50 process events that are just taking up time for no reason. So I usually try and avoid doing that if it's like just one line of code that I'm putting in there, because it's just not worth it. So I'd rather for this keep it as like a self-contained tween loop. I think it would just be better. So how do I want to do this? I could kind of do it the same way I did it in Tactic Tone. Let's do it. I'll have to restart the game. So right now we'll just say pass, but everything should be set up to do it. Let's see. Curious if you want to share how you generate fish, like how do you implement the RNG? Yeah, I can go into that in a little bit. Let me get the shaking working, and then we can go over that. Okay, so that's good. It can detect properly that I only have one fish. It's doing the tank sound. Sorry that's so loud. I do kind of need to make that sound quieter. Now what we're gonna do is add in some movements. So shake tween property. And this is gonna be referencing the sprite position.x, position:x when it's in this form. All right, and now we just say I times 64, 0.1. We do the same thing but negative. And we actually have to say like the amount. So bar shakes is 10. And we have to say 10 minus I. Right. Shakes minus I. And do negative there. And then change this to a much smaller value. This is going to be like 10 times. Or how would I do this? I would say 0 divided by 10 would be 0. 10 divided by I. Yeah, I think we would want to do shakes divided by I. So when it's at... No, because that's not correct. I should just traverse through the array backwards, honestly. I think I can just do that. Let's see, starts from B, decreases by steps. So it'll start from 10, decreases by 1, stop before N. So I want to say -1, -1. So now I will be, so I can say just like 10 divided by 10, which will just be 1. 1 times that. Wait, am I doing this backwards? I should be getting fractional values, because then when that goes to 10 divided by 9, it's going to increase. I'm stupid. So I want these to start at 1. Oh, so I just say 9 divided by 10, because then it goes... Yeah. I just flip it around. I'm just stupid. I divided by shakes. So that should hopefully work. And then at the end we say shake tween property, sprite, position x goes back to 0 over the course of 0.1. I hope. Okay, let's go see what happens. So it did work, since the timing is way too slow. But that actually did work surprisingly well. So let's do 0, 0, 1. There we go. See, it's like almost the exact same effect, but it just is way better for performance. So it's kind of better to do it this way. So I think I can increase the amount it shakes by. Let's go up to 2 pixels. And it's also good because then also you have like very fine-tuned control too over like how long the shake lasts for. Like with this, the problem is it's random, so it's like you approach a value of time, but you don't actually stop at a specific moment. But with doing a tween like this, I know I'm doing 10 shakes and they're both 0.01 seconds, so it's like I know exactly when the tween will end, which is kind of nice, honestly. So yeah, that works. I'll probably take this code and move it over to all the other tanks as well. I think I'm gonna up it to just 1 more pixel to do 3 pixels. And we should be good to go. I might increase the time just a tiny little bit here to 0.02 instead. Yeah, that's a good shake. All right, so that works there. It says it requires 2 fish. And the fish ID starts being... I need to fix that. I don't like button doing that. It's because I set the pivot offset ratio. There we go. Now, if I go ahead and add a fish that is valid, like this guy, boom, it adds it in. Now, it did set the ID. It doesn't have any code to update it yet, but then if I go ahead and add in another fish, breeding tank already filled. So it does work. We just gotta fix everything now. Yeah, pretty easy. It's cool. How quick you implement that tween? Yeah, thanks. Tweens are pretty nice. This is one thing that I love about tweens is how easy they are. So, what was all this? Started with no tweeners. That's not true. That was probably when I was editing stuff weird. All right, so when we hit that button now, let's go into here and we're just going to say global dot breeding data fish ID, right? It's equal to an empty string. So now when I hit that, boom, the tank is empty and I can add in another fish. And when we do that, I need to make sure it's actually sending the fish back. So we're gonna say global.add fish with whatever this ID is, right? 2 of them. And that's it. So we should see this work now. Just gonna send it back. Oh yeah, I gotta make sure that there's actually stuff in there. Right. So if it's not empty. Now it's dead. Okay. So anyways, we have 8 Arapimas. We put them in. Now we have 6 Arapimas, right? Then when we hit return, boom, we have 8 again. So it is working. And even if I click this multiple times, nothing's going to happen. I'm going to make it so it gets disabled whenever it's already empty, because otherwise it's weird having a return button there. But yeah. Anyways. Do that pretty fast. Yeah, it didn't really take that long. That's great because you have a motive to come back to get your duplicates. Yeah. And yeah, for legendary fish, it's going to be a huge thing. Because it's so hard to get enough to like fill up your entire aquarium. So having this, I mean, even though it's probably going to be a lot slower for legendary fish, at least it's sort of like a guarantee that eventually you'll get the fish that you need, right? Yeah, I think it's going to be fun. I wanted this to be a very like manual redemption process. Like I thought about just making it automatically return fish back to your inventory. But I like the little dopamine hit of like going back to your building and being like, oh shoot, my guys are ready. And then you click a button, redeem, you know. I think it's nice. So. And I could honestly probably make it to where, yeah, like this is just always the breed button. So you can just have fish kind of sitting in here, right? And it just keeps incrementing the number of fish that you have in there probably. So I might actually keep track of an amount variable. Because then let's say you don't want to have to send them back and put them back in all the time because you're just breeding very specific fish. You don't have to. So I think that makes sense. Yeah. So let's go into global again. And we will keep track of quantity. So into breeding data, amount will be 0 by default. And then when we add those in, we also need to define that. Let's set the cursor. I put 20 in there and I get 40. I don't think that's the way it would work. It's sort of like if you put 2 of them in there, then it gives you 1 more every time the breeding process is done. I mean, I could make it to where it scales depending on how many are in there. Because the thing is you can only put 2 in to begin with. So what we could do is make it like exponentially more expensive. So breeding like legendary fish and getting a bunch more of those guys is really hard because it's super expensive. But doing like the early guys, the goldfish and stuff, you know? Yeah, I mean, that's the only problem if it does scale, if it's exponential, because you would get it would get pretty insane. So, yeah. Yeah, so I feel like it might be better to just do 1 at a time, so it's not unbalanced. Because if you could just like create like 500 barrel eye fish, then you it's kind of game over. So we'll see. So now in here, when we say add fish, instead of just saying -2, I want to say whatever the amount is, right? So global dot breeding data amount, right? And did I just make a stupid decision? Oh yeah, that's not, I'm wrong. Hold on. So we subtract 2 fish there. Okay, then what I want to say is global dot breeding data amount is equal to 2, because we always start with 2 in there. Alrighty. Let me say tank already filled. That works pretty well. Okay, and then now whenever a new fish has been bred, we want to go ahead and increment that number, which we're not going to do in here, but now here, instead of just returning 2, we want to return the amount of fish in there. So we do that. So if we have like 20 fish sitting in there, we should return 20 fish back. So yeah, that works pretty well. All right. Next thing. Probably make it actually like do stuff. That would help. So now whenever we have a fish in there, let's start working on like the visual updating of everything. And we're going to connect some signals. So global dot breeding info, breeding data changed dot connect to update visuals, right? Update visuals, and then what we do in here is we check all the stuff. So var fish ID is global dot breeding data fish ID. If fish ID is not empty, right? If it is empty, do that. Otherwise, var fish data is global dot items table dot get fish ID. Then I want to get a reference to our sprite in here. Set this one dot texture is equal to null. I need to get a reference to that node. That's monstrous. Boom. So fish texture is null. Otherwise here we say that dot texture is equal to fish data dot sprite. All right, next thing. We need to update the quantity. So we say over here, label, amount label. And that's going to update regardless of whether there's actually a fish in there. So, well, I don't really want it to show 0. Right, that'd be kind of weird. So I'm just going to say by default, amount label text is equal to an empty string. And then if there is fish in there, we go ahead and say amount label of text is equal to X quantity. Yeah. Snooze the add. Now this will be equal to global breeding data amount. So that's going to set the label for the amount of fish we have in there. We still got like the description, and we got to figure out the cost and everything like that. So, but we're getting there. So next thing we've got, we've got a couple more labels we need to fill out. So the time remaining thing. Also the progress bar. There's kind of a lot of UI elements we need to update with this. It's going to be equal to that. Now that we're going to have to kind of constantly update probably. Should be a little weird. So we might still end up having a process event for this anyways, which we do, so it's fine. So we'll just say if active, then we say progress bar dot progress. And we can figure it out depending on how much time is remaining. So how do we want to store that information? Because I need to know the initial time and then the current time, right? To be able to compare and get like a progress value. So we'll go back in here. We have time remaining and then time. So we'll have those two. That should be good. And then time remaining, we don't actually change the time or time remaining. We just tick it down faster. That's the way we'll do this. So now under process, progress bar dot progress is equal to global dot fish data, reading data, index time. So we've got, let's see. Let me think about how this works. So let's say we have 10 seconds and 10 seconds remaining. So 10 divided by 10 would be 1. So we have to say 1 minus time divided by time remaining. I think that's how this should work. Okay. And we'll make sure all this stuff applies offline too. Now, this is the thing that I worry about is like if time is 0. Or if we divide anything by 0, right? Can't divide by 0. Because like if we have 10 divided by 0.1. Wait, that's not right at all. Oh. Whoops. Hold on. I gotta flip it around. Remaining time divided by current, the total time. And then 1 minus that. So then when there's 0 time left, it'll show 1.0 as the progress. I think that should be good. Okay, so that one's set up. Next thing is going to be like all the let's call this action label or something. Right, kind of the effect of pressing the button. So then we say if yeah, I'll have the text stay empty. Like that. And then if it's not empty, we say that dot text is equal to what it is now. Breeding cost, research, and create another, and then we say format. So now we go ahead and say global dot breeding data cost. And then it will create another fish name. This is where we get the fish data. So fish data dot name. And I'll need to format this stuff probably separately. Right, so var research cost. Let's call it research string is this. Because I've got to do that, but then also I say global.format number. Right. Oh, this is confusing. Let's see that and then that and that. So that's going to be the amount, which will be 0. And then here we have to put the image of the research icon. And that we say height is equal to 1.25 EM or whatever. Now we get the research icon. Put that in there. So now we can pop that guy in. So for this one, I need to say, right, research is equal to that. And fish name is equal to that. There we go. A little complicated. We're getting there. And then I need to change it depending on whether it's like active or not. And that's another thing too that we'll need to store, right? So we got the ID, time remaining, time, the cost, the amount, and whether it's active. Should be false by default. A little complicated. Wonder if I should just, nah, we'll just keep it as one big dictionary. It's probably better that way. Okay. So we need to say if global.breeding data is active already, it's going to say something different, right? Otherwise, if it's not active, it'll say, you know, how much it'll cost and stuff. And this is also where we say, I don't already var action button is equal to that. Where we say the action button text is equal to read parentheses 0. TR breed and then the cost. So we actually need to separate that up too. Research cost is that. Throw it in there. Throw that in there. Okay. And then if it's already active, this text is going to say tr cancel. Or if it just says cancel, we don't have to translate it prior. So that'll say cancel. And then this text will change to breeding in progress. And that's also where we update our like timer label and everything. So we'll do all that. So I can set these things in here. If that is active and if global.breeding data is active, then we set this stuff. Okay. And then that other label, We'll call that like the timer label. It's equal to that. So if there's no fish in there and it's empty, timer label text should be nothing. Otherwise, it'll be set in the process event. I don't know how signals work, if it's like always in the, like where in the process time. Is it before the process event happens or after? You know what I mean? I have no idea, but I don't know if it'll matter either way. Okay, so if all that stuff is active, then I want to say, oh yeah, let's also put that in here. So whenever I select it, if it's not active, then I want to say this .text is equal to reading will take, right? And then we figure out the time stuff. Now, how do I want to do that? I guess I'll just do like a timestamp. Yeah. I have to generate a timestamp. I might, I'm using that function instead of the tank menu, and I could separate that out so I can use it other places too. So let's just go into the tank menu. I do that somewhere in here. I think it is under process. I might do that specifically inside of the label down here. The algae label. Oh yeah, here we go. So I'm just going to copy all this code. We're going to go into here. And make a new function. Oh boy, somewhere in here. Generate timestamp. And it does all this stuff. So don't worry about that stuff. Don't worry about that. So I just want to know the time. And that's going to be a float. I'll just say time is in seconds, right? Okay. Let's change that to timestamp. Text. I don't know. Oh, I see what's going on. Let's make it an empty string. It's going to return a string. So if time is greater than 0, go ahead and do all this stuff. Don't worry about the modulate probably. Here, why am I even doing it this way? Let's just say yeah, if hour is greater than 0, so timestamp's already set. Turn timestamp. And then the modulate stuff, I could probably add that modulation onto the timestamp. But I'll just do that checking time, you know. It's greater than 0, otherwise should be fine. I don't think it'll become negative seconds. So I think just doing this will be okay. We'll see. Oh, so that's the Unix time value is an integer, huh? Is that true? Yeah. I guess I never need fractional timestamps. Like, that should be fine. I'll just have to convert it into an int. I'll just say, round I, you know? Or really, we want to always seal it. Okay. Alright, so this should work. Generate timestamp, and then we can do the modulate stuff. Go fix our algae label. Because here I'm getting boost time, so yeah. Alrighty. Now what we do is say global dot generate timestamp. Put in the boost time. Call that var timestamp. And then if boost time, or we do the same stuff we kind of did before, if it's greater than 0, we say modulate as that, otherwise modulate red. Oops. Let me just say text is equal to timestamp. Text plus equals timestamp, because we've got the icon sponge. Now I can go use the same thing over in the breeding stuff. So let's go over there. So on update visuals, and this is going to happen in the process frame. So if it's active, if everything's going, then we go ahead and say timer label is that and that. Dot format. Oops. So time and then remaining. I think that's what I want. And now this should go ahead and be global dot reading data time remaining. All right, we're getting there, guys. So a couple more things we need to do. Whenever I click on this button, we need to actually do the stuff, right? And we need to check all this business again. So if that is currently active, we're inside of it, then that means we need to set it back to not being active. So global breeding data dot active is false. Otherwise, we say active is true. So if active is set back to false, we also want to say global breeding data dot time remaining goes back to whatever the initial time is, right? Like that. That should be pretty much it. And then the only thing that's left is in global, we just process the time, right? So yeah. Doesn't really matter where we throw this. We just say if global.breeding data dot active, and if global dot reading data dot time remaining is greater than 0, go ahead and set it. So we start subtracting that here. Minus equals delta. Otherwise, if it has become 0, right, because it just decremented, then we want to say active is now false. Pretty sure that's it. We haven't set up the cost stuff yet. We'll worry about that later. But now, whenever we put a fish into here, I want to go ahead and calculate all the stuff, right? So in here, honestly, instead of setting the breeding data and all this business here, I guess it's fine to do it here. I might move this out, though, into the tank itself. Just because it's easier then. Because we set the amount and the fish ID and all that stuff. It's fine to set those two things, but in terms of the time, I should probably say like object.calculate breeding, you know? So let's do that. Then let's go into the breeding tank. And this is gonna do all the stuff. So it knows what the fish ID is and all that, so really quick, I'm just gonna set it to something basic though. So breeding data, time is equal to, let's just say 10 seconds, and then global dot breeding data remaining is equal to that. I think that's it. Let's go ahead and boot up the game, see what happens. I know we just did a lot of code, so. It should be active by default off. Not active by default. Alright, so everything is broken. That's because there's no such thing as breeding data changed, which is fine. So I should be able to just set a thing here. I'll just say set value breeding data is equal to value, then say breeding data change.emit. Right. Property with inline code must go to an indented block. What does that mean? What? I'm trying to understand what that means. See, how am I gonna like do a set thing on this? I don't know. Ooh. Let's go look this up. I mean, I can make it all one line, but that seems stupid. Is it because this is not indented or something? How would I do this? Normally what you do... Oh, do you have to say like that? There we go. It's a little weird. You gotta do it like on another indented line. Okay. Let's try this one more time. One problem with using that set variable like that is the timers are going to be constantly going. And so it's just going to be running that signal like every single frame, which is not ideal. So we'll have to see. So it shows basically nothing in here because there's no fish. Now, Still some weirdness, though. Figure that out. Let's put a fish in there. Okay, we need 2 fish. Let's put this guy in there. So he's in there. It should have emitted a signal. Then when I hit breed, everything dies. Oh, I set that to progress. That should have been value. Okay, so it shows the timer. That's good. And the progress bar. Okay, so that did go. And the timestamp became invisible. See, I don't know why it's not emitting this signal. Update visuals, right? This fish is not empty. I'm just gonna print out something in there so I can make sure. And that should return the fish back in. Something's not being emitted. Maybe setting doesn't work that way. Maybe setting a subproperty of a dictionary does not actually mean that it's been... Like, maybe you would have to actually set the dictionary itself, you know what I mean? I have a feeling that might be what's going on here. Right, because I bet you can't do, like, that. Most broken looking code ever made. Yeah, okay, well this sucks. I mean, it's not a big deal. I'll just have to manually call that signal whenever it does happen. As long as I'm careful about that, you know, it'll be okay. I just say breeding data and search for all the cases where I use it. And anywhere where I'm changing it. So, like here, I want to emit it. But all these spots where it's just reading it, that doesn't mean anything. Right, so basically nothing in the breeding tank. Like none of this stuff matters. Now this one matters on return pressed. So that one right there. Same with this one. Whenever we press the read button. I think those are the only 2 spots in here where I actually change the values, as far as I know. Okay. Those ones, the time... That's in calculate breeding, so let's go ahead and call that there. Breeding data changed. And I call calculate breeding there, so that should be okay. Okay. There's not much of it in there. We'll try it. Might not work, I don't know. Okay. Oh. So it is kind of working. It shows breeding will take timestamp. Breeding will cost 0 research and create another Arapaima. So I hit breed. Boom, it shows breeding in progress. The seconds are ticking. We're getting there. For some reason that's not formatted properly. I don't know why that's broken. So then it's done. Okay, that's a good sign. Let's go figure out why that's not working. Format. Oh, I just forgot to put the array in there. Okay, and then if I hit it again. So I don't know why hitting that again doesn't work. It is calling update. See, I can return the fish like that and then they're gone. And then when I put them in here, I hit breed. So it shows there's 2 in there, and then once this is done, it should create another one, which we actually have to do inside of global. Right, so right here we say global dot breeding data amount plus equals 1. Okay. So if I hit breed. Oh, it's because it's not properly resetting the time remaining. That's what's happening. The global breeding data time remaining equal to global dot breeding data time. So that'll reset the time once the breeding is done. Probably turn that into its own function, maybe. So now you can see it's doing its thing, and then when I hit it again, it'll update instantly. All right, so boom, now we got 15. I hit it again. There we go. Okay, so that's working pretty well, actually. Boom. And then the breeding will take timestamp. We got to fix that text. That's just because I didn't do anything with it. Okay. So that I need to generate the timestamp once. So we just say global generate timestamp like this. Breeding will take that format. Timestamp is equal to that. Try that again. Breeding in progress. This all looks good. And then, a second. Let's get out of the menu. Boom. Breeding will take 10 seconds. So it tells me how long it will take, which is good. It'll cost that much research and create another arapaima. Then updates the button down here. So, I mean, yeah, it seems to be working pretty well. Then whenever I go back into it, you know, it updates all the stuff. Now, what happens if I go into it after it's done? That's the key thing here, right? So let's wait. I go into it. Okay. So I need to make sure that progress bar gets reset every time. So I realized I was doing it only if this is active, but the progress bar should be continually resetting. Or what I could do is just manually set its value to 0 up here. Probably. So we can just say whenever it's done, right, it sets it back to this stuff here. And that is just equal to 0. That should be fine too. So let's try that. So it's set. Let's get out of the menu. And we'll set up some like alerts and stuff for when the breeding over here is done and particles, you know, all the stuff. So no lazing, welcome in. Looks like a cool game. Thank you. I appreciate it. And now we check it. Yes, so now it shows 0%. Cool. Then we have 19. If we hit that button, it sends all of them back to our inventory, and we now have a bunch of arapaimas. So when it's in this mode, I need some text here, something that says like, add a fish to start breeding, you know? Add a fish from your inventory to start breeding. I think that would be a good idea. So as a child of here, let's add a label. Just call it the empty label. Hold on. Center, full rect. And then it'll say, you know, add a fish from your inventory to start breeding. Make it auto wrap. Why does this always complain about this? Shut up, bro. Okay. Now if there's nothing in here, right, if it's empty, that text should be visible. It's true. Here, let's on ready. Empty text is equal to that. Boom. Visible equals false. Okay. So now if you go in here and there's nothing in there, it should start with that. Another thing that I want to do is call update visuals on ready. So that's kind of important. Let's go try this again. And we also need to check saving and loading, making sure that works. We'll exit out of the game and load back in and see if the same fish and progress and everything is still in there. So it should be. Let's go in here. Then if we check this, add a fish from your inventory to start the reading. I should probably specify here add 2 fish. Now I'll just say add a fish, it'll be fine. Because I don't want it to be confusing. Also, why is that set to 82%? Doesn't really make any sense. Oh, it's probably just because on ready it just doesn't update the progress at all. So if it's empty, it should say bar dot value is equal to 0 there too. So then if I go back in, boom, yeah, we're good. Okay, and then if I add in a fish, boom, opens the menu. Breeding will take 10 seconds. Breeding will cost 0 and create another arapaima. Boom, I start the breeding process. Now let's go like travel, you know, go somewhere completely different. It should still be processing in the background. And then if I go ahead and go back in here, it should be done. Yes, now we have 3 arapaimas in there. Alrighty. And I'll have to keep track of some things of like the first time. Have you checked on a breeding session? Like, because if not, it should alert you whenever you load into the game, and it should go ding, 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 you know, or do something like that. Anyways, we can send them back, and then it resets back to this state. Add a fish from your inventory. And we'll do a bunch of stuff. I'll probably use maybe even the keep net animation for when you return them back to your inventory. We'll see. Yo, 65 consecutive streams. Thank you, Oshik. And you can breed the axolotls. And we'll calculate how much research it should cost depending on the rarity of the fish and stuff like that. That's another thing we need to implement, which is this little like background panel up here, right? That should be reflective of the rarity of the fish that's in there. So we got to do that as well. Just keeps going, doesn't it? So much stuff to do. Fish panel. Right, and then add on ready bar rarity background. And we're gonna go do that. Let's go grab that like from the inventory, for example. Inside the Fishpedia. Whoa, it just changed it. That's crazy. So this background, and there's also these sparkle nodes. Let's copy both of those. So change back into the regular tab. Back into the breeding take menu. Paste as child. So we get the background in there, and then the control node on the fish. And we set this one to anchors, center. Except that doesn't seem to have worked. Oh, because the size is set to that. I don't know why I have this. I guess just because there's no such thing as anchoring on that node. That makes sense. Okay. And this background should be behind the texture rect like this. All right. Now, I gotta go copy the code for this. Because it's all inside of here. Here's where we do the stuff, right? We get the theme type variation, the background. And then we got to do modulate, all of this stuff. Wonder if there's a better way to do this. There probably is. Because I have to get rarity info and do all of this stuff. It's kind of annoying. You know, I'm realizing I don't need to check if this is empty. I just say if it's not empty. And just set this stuff to be at the beginning here. That's a little better. So actually I could just return. So I could say if it's empty, then return. And now we can put this in here like this. Okay, so we got all this stuff now. So this is the... We're gonna need to know rarity information. Fish data.rarity. Don't worry about the shadow right now. We'll go back to that. So we have the rarity text. I don't care about the text or the shadow right now. Okay, so this is the big stuff here that I need to do. So if it's not common, then we say rarity background.modulate, invisible, and we even do the sparkles. And then we also set this panel back here, which I think I called fish panel. And we'll set that up. And then by default, we need to do the inverse of all that. So we say this rarity background, visible is false. We say fish panel theme type variation is equal to an empty string, right? And the last thing is the sparkles. Put that in there and say that dot emitting is false, but in there, oh, I just say visible, yeah. Okay, guys. A little crazy, but I think it'll be cool, because then if you put an epic legendary fish in there, it actually shows that behind the menu. I should probably, like, just have a function to pass that stuff in and automatically configure it. I think that would be a lot better. Or even just have a standard, like, scene that I use everywhere for displaying a fish, because I could use the same one for a lot of these places. The inventory would have to be a separate one, but anyways, so if we go ahead and add in a legendary fish now, right? Like the catfish. Boom, it shows epic legendary fish. I don't know why that text is still there. Oh, that's because I never set it to be invisible. Right. Make sure that gets updated. Boom. So it says it'll create another catfish. Breed. So it works. A little annoying to get set up. That's for sure. But we did it. Now I could increase the scale of these sparkles. I kind of need to. Probably set it to like 2 times scale, I think is pretty decent. That's how they look in the inventory. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think that's pretty much like all the stuff set up now. It's just the more quality of life, little polished stuff that we need to do. Oh. That's a little weird how the sponge is down there. You know what? I should change the timestamp thing. It should never just go completely invisible. Yeah. Let's do this. There we go. Now it shows 0. If I clean this with the sponge, I just want to make sure this timestamp is still working normal. Let's go up repair sponge. Oh yeah. Yeah, timestamp there is looking good. Timestamps and stuff here are looking good. I'm gonna go through a lot of these rich text labels and color them, you know, so like color the name catfish and stuff, color the text around the research icon, just stuff like that. It'd be a good idea. Also, we gotta fix that label on the visibility layer. Boom, boom. Make sure everything in here is on that visibility layer, honestly. Boom. Including the sparkles. Yeah, that should be pretty much it, though. Menu works well. You know, we can, like, so we have the fish in here now. Let's go ahead and quit the game and then load back in. It should still be there. Yeah, and then the only other thing I have to do is figure out the way, like, the cost of how much it takes, how much research it takes to breed, right? I don't know exactly how much it will be. It'll scale depending on the rarity of the fish and also its, like, tier. So if it comes from a place like the deep sea, that's going to be way more research than if it was from, you know, somewhere else. So add a fish to start the breeding. Oh. That's not right. So the fish is, like, gone. But I'm pretty sure that I did it right. Okay, so we have breeding data here, which by default, so this is in save game data, right? Breeding data, breeding data. And then breeding data, you're gonna merge with that one. Oh, because I said .get breeding data with a lowercase b. Okay, it's fine. Should be fine now. Let's try again. It should always overwrite. So if there's stuff that's in the save data, that takes priority. All right, so we got these guys in here, right? Then if we go ahead and quit and we load back in, they should still be in there, hopefully. And then the other thing that I gotta do is make it so this stuff processes, right? So yeah, we'll work on that. All right. We'll click play. And then we go in here. There we go. It's still here. Good. Is that how that looks everywhere? It feels like it's huge for some reason in there. I think it's because it's like in the world. It's one thing that's a little annoying. And these are like different like scales, right? What happens if I like zoom in and out? It's affecting the scale of the background. That's really weird. Do I make this world space? Because I really shouldn't. I can just do like a chowder moment, right? And don't use world space, because there's kind of no reason to use world space. So let's go do that. Let's stop worrying about world position. The only thing we'll have to figure out is like the texture size ratio, which we will do. And then now just say screen UV, honestly. Right, that's what it should be. And then we do have to say times like ratio or whatever. Scale now is super crazy. I should save this resources item background shader. Just item background. Yeah, because now it scales with the screen size, which I think is just way better. Set that to like 4. Okay, and then the final thing is figuring out the ratio. So set a world position, we're just gonna have varying vec2 ratio. And this is where we get our texture size and we just do all that stuff. And let's just do one, let's just squash it on one of these. So we just say ratio is equal to, so we have the texture size. Vec2 text size is that, right? Then we say ratio is equal to texture size dot y divided by texture size dot x. And I think that's it. It doesn't seem to be fixing the ratio. It's probably the other way around, x divided by y. Oh, that is, okay, so that is fixing that ratio, the texture squashing. But the next thing then is also that we have to take into account is the screen scaling, which is pretty reasonable to do also. We just have to say, it's not screen matrix, screen. Oh, I guess we can only do that in fragment. So, oh, I wasn't actually multiplying by ratio. That would help. See, I don't know if that's even doing anything. Maybe. Actually, yeah, I don't think that does anything. I don't think it matters. So let's just say vec or float ratio screen pixel size dot x divided by screen pixel size dot y. That should result in the ratio being fixed. Kind of. It might still be taking into account the texture resolution. Maybe y divided by x. It's a little weird. Trying to figure out why it's not working. Right, it's like almost working. It's like it's inverted. It's really weird. Maybe the other one does matter. Let's go ahead and get it again. So we have that ratio, and then let's say bar green ratio is equal to that. Ah. Come on. Is this gonna be it? No, not at all. Didn't I literally just do this? Like, I was doing that in here, right? And it's in the grass overlay. I think I got rid of the code, though. I can go look back at the stream, though, and see exactly what I did, because clearly this is not working for some reason. I don't know why. It's just not behaving. Am I wrong in doing this? Seems like it's right. Is it because of scale? You know, is that like affecting something? Doesn't seem like it. I mean, maybe I have to multiply that stuff first. And then by scale? I don't know why that would matter, but... No. Well, I don't know. I've got to end stream, but I'll figure this out. I think it's better for that shader to be screen space anyways, because it's kind of like a weird background effect anyways, so I think it works better. But yeah, we got a whole bunch of stuff done, though. The breeding tank is basically working. I just need to set up some basic code to convert, like, the monetary value of a fish into research points, right? And that's pretty much it. So... yeah, it'll be a nice mechanic to play with, I think. So, I've been wanting to do it for a while. I just didn't know the way that I wanted to, but now I think we're on a good track. Yeah, let's go raid Shadow of Luki, though. Anyways, we'll be alive again tomorrow at 3:30 MDT. And yeah, we'll probably work tomorrow on Tactic Toe again. Just gonna start this raid. But yeah, thank you gamers for coming in. Feel free to grab Alert on Steam. Join the Discord if you want. And I will see all of you tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you gamers. I'll go figure out that shader after I eat. Yeah. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you for the link, Soshik. I appreciate it. Bye, everybody. Bye. Although, wait, one more thing I have to say. I'm probably going to do experimental builds for this update because it's going to take longer. So I'll let everyone know over on Discord when that starts. So, anyways, bye, everybody. Bye.